Call the meeting to order.
Andrew, I'm really sorry. I got stuck out for a wee bit at 10:30.
Council absence.
So
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure when I should be back, but it won't be too long.
All right, if I can invite councillors and people attending the meeting to please take their seats. And I would invite Councillor Melanie Coker to open the meeting.
I te hui, whaia te mataranga, kia marama, kia whae take nā mahi katoa, tū maia, tū kaha, araha atu, araha mai, tātou I a tātou katoa. For this gathering, seek knowledge for understanding, have purpose in all that you do, stand tall, be strong, let us show respect for each other.
Thank you. Now, just by way of introduction, and just so that everybody knows what's happening when, the public forum presentations, the petition, and the notice of motion relating to the Canterbury multi-use arena, all of that will happen at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll be working through the other parts of the meeting this morning, and then we'll take a lunch break from 1 until 2. And at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the public forum presentations, the petition and the notice of motion relating to the Canterbury multi-use arena, all of that will happen at 2 o'clock. So now let's move to item 1, apologies. And I have an apology from the Mayor for lateness and an apology from Councillor James Goff for partial absence. I'm not aware of any other apologies.
I'm sorry, Andrew, I'm actually at the same meeting as James at 10:30.
So a partial absence
yes,
from Sam McDonald as well.
Thanks.
So if we can also note that. So lateness from the Mayor, partial absence from Goff and McDonald. Nothing else. I'm happy to move those. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. And then in item 2, declarations of interest. So we've got those up on the screen. Councillor Scandrett in public excluded item 26 and Councillor CCHL directors in public excluded items 26 and 27. So now we move to item 3, public participation. And the public forum is the first of those. Now, Rick Harris. Rick, you're here. Yep, Rick. I'll invite you to come forward. Now, Rick is fundraising to support the Gumboot Society. Now, Rick, I am advised that what you're going to do is 25 push-ups, and I'm also 34. All right, 34 push-ups. Now, my job, I'm told, is to count those, but I'd actually invite all the councillors to help me to count them. And we're also told it'll take approximately 3 minutes, so we'll be counting that as well. All right, so all yours. So tell us when you're ready to start.
Hi guys, I'm here today. It's day 34 of the push-up challenge. As you know, I'm doing this for Mike King's I Am Hope. We're raising the funds for the Keeler Life Trust and raising awareness for youth suicide. If you've been watching, you will know New Zealand has the highest youth suicide rate in the OECD and EU. We doubled that of the US, 4 times that of the UK. That's 15 to 19-year-olds. There was a school up north last year. 6 children took their lives in 6 months. That was a primary school. They're all under 12. There is no government support for under 12-year-olds. Something like 40% of Mike King's recipients are between 8 and 11. So I'm here today. I'm up to day 34 of my challenge to push my age. I'm pushing on to 65 push-ups. And I'm here with Christchurch City Council. How good is this? What we're going to do is I'm going to do them. This lot are going to count them, and we'll see how we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34.
Now remember, we're doing this for my students' Gumboot Trust. Above me on the Facebook page is to give a little, press to give a little. Remember, one coffee, $5. I get all these lights. If all of you go $5, we'll have another couple of grand in there. Come on, guys, support the cause, and thank you to Christchurch City Council. Thank you so much, councillors. Thank you.
So, Rick, thank you very much indeed. That really was public participation in the true sense. Thank you for the work that you're doing with the fundraising, and thank you for the work that you're doing raising awareness of this hugely important issue. Thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning and allowing us to be part of what you're doing. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
If you're all going to push my age, hashtag push my age, straight above the pictures of Give a Little Babes, don't be shy. $5 would be really good. All of you gave $5, I'd have another couple of hundred. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we turn to the first...
We're marching in here today. We're marching in because it's actually a climate emergency.
Oh.
We're just taking 2 minutes
Yep.
of your time. We're not going to be disruptive. We just need 2 minutes of your time.
So we'll note this as a public participation item. Yep.
A story that's very pertinent for this time of history. This moment in history is, maybe you're not aware how important it is. We're here to make sure that you have it at the top of your mind.
So I understand some of you have not read the paper on Monday for the latest IPC report. That some of you still have it on your reading list. I suggest you get to it. I want to tell you a story from history, which is very relevant. It's about the Titanic. When the Titanic was blasting full steam towards the icebergs, the guy on the telegram machine received a message from another ship nearby. The message said, "We have encountered many icebergs. The way is blocked. Suggest you stop and wait for daylight." The telegram guy replied from the Titanic. He said, "I'm busy. I'm busy sending telegrams for first class." He did not relay the message to the captain, and the rest is history. I'm asking you, don't be that guy.
You know the facts. You've declared a climate emergency. Aotearoa New Zealand has declared a climate emergency. Every decision you make, you need to keep this climate and ecological emergency at the very top of your mind every single day. And that's our position. And we're going to bring this alarm just to remind you that all around the world,
And again, thank you very much indeed for taking the time out of your day to bring us that message as an element of public participation this morning as well. Thanks very much indeed. So now moving to the deputations by appointment, item 3.2. I'd invite Brian Turner and Paul Plessy on behalf of Keep Our Assets to the table, please. So this is a deputation which provides 10 minutes for you to make your presentation to us and to allow time for any questions if you choose.
Deputy Mayor, councillors, present staff and gallery public. For better or worse, I've always regarded city councils as worthy trendsetters. That was my experience in both Wellington and Nelson, where I served on council advisory committees and found both councils very open to input from NGOs. Here I must confess the City Council to me feels a bit more remote, despite some good community boards, and possibly as a consequence, the Council does not rate that highly in satisfaction surveys. Yet Cantabrians in general are not an uncaring lot, as evidenced by their response to multiple disasters in the past decade. For example, the earthquakes, Port Hill fires, floods, droughts, mosque massacres and lockdowns. On each occasion, ordinary people and emergency response agencies have stepped up and done the hard yards. And when it comes to the living wage, so have an increasing number of Canterbury organisations and businesses, from the Transitional Cathedral to a range of commercial enterprises. But what about you, the Christchurch City Council, and particularly your contracted cleaners, security staff and others? A few years ago I served on the Canterbury Living Wage Committee, and Councillor Clearwater fronted up and assured us that it was all on course. But since then, the years have passed, and a number of large city councils, notably Wellington and Dunedin, have left you behind in ensuring that contracted workers receive the living wage. Frankly, I don't think that's good enough from a city council that needs to set high standards and lead by example as the people's representative body. For it occurs to me that when you lead well as a council, you score well in satisfaction surveys. And I hope that will be the case when you achieve full accreditation as a living wage provider. Thank you.
Some of you may be wondering what the living wage has to do with an outfit which wants to ensure the council retains our public assets. And I put it to you that the most important public asset you have is people. That's what the word democracy refers to, demos, people. Those people include, as my colleague has said, your direct employees. It also includes those who are held at arm's length by the sleight of hand nonsense of having a holding company and then further subsidiary companies beyond that, all of which have chief executives, chief financial officers and boards of directors all clipping the ticket all the way through, where you used to do it all in-house. So it's the people that matter, and your responsibility as the representatives of the people is for all the people that you employ directly and indirectly. That means, perhaps, any socially responsible organisation has to be founded on the philosophy of public service. And this relegates notions of user pays, profitability, economic competition, commercial confidentiality, and all that stuff has to be relegated to second, third, fourth or fifth place. They all relate to the cost of labour. And when you look at the cost of labour that the council quite properly incurs, you might ask yourself, these people at the bottom who get 3/5 of 5/8 of Francis Adams, are they the ones who, by virtue of accepting those low wages, are actually enabling 25% of your direct employees to be six-figure salaried people. The balance is crook. You need to know that. I think perhaps some of you do. So we need to get rid of this neoliberal contradiction, which means that on the one hand you amalgamate councils like Heathcote and Waimari and Riccarton and the others, and on the other hand, having done that for economies of scale, you happily chop them up into what was South Power and now Orion and City Care and all the rest, as I've indicated. So we need to get rid of that, and we need to pay properly. So that means you have to understand that the idea that there is some kind of great divide between governance and management is actually a fantasy. You appoint directors. You should tell them part of your beholden responsibility as a publicly owned organisation is to pay decent wages, and the decent wages you pay are not at the top, they're at the bottom. That's what you have to do. You have to get rid of the idea that we've had for some decades now about worshipping the fly-blown corpse of Rogernomics. It has to go. And at the risk of a little crudity, the French have a saying which roughly translated, and I put it to you, is piss or get off the pot. Thank you.
So that's the end of the presentation?
Yes.
That does leave the end of the issue.
That does leave time for questions, if there are any questions. Are there any questions for the people at the top of the table? Sam.
Look, thank you very much for coming in and doing that. I do appreciate hearing your point of view. Do you think there's a role in terms of government aligning the minimum wage with the living wage? Because a lot of our issues are around the contracts, and we can deal with that a lot easier if the government align it. Do you have a particular view on that?
It's not a core view, it's my personal view, and that is that councils are inherently a part of governance, and there's been too much passing the back and forth between the two. Governments, including local governments, often tend to follow traditions or new trends.
So it would be me not being clear. Sorry, I do apologise. I guess what I'm getting at is, do you think the minimum wage, it would be easier for us to implement if it aligned with the living wage?
I don't know what's easier for you. I know that the minimum wage is too bloody minimum. And if it was to be reflected more accurately as the living wage, there will inevitably be arguments as how you precisely calculate that. Anything that increases the pay at the bottom would be an advantage to the whole society. See, things don't trickle down. The trickle-down theory simply means the rich piddle on us. Things actually build from the bottom up, and that's where you need to put your resources.
Yeah.
Are there further questions? No further questions? Thank you very much indeed for the presentation. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you. All right, so our second deputation of the morning, and this relates to item 17, the Community Organisation Loan Scheme application. We've got Stuart Mitchell, Steve Barry and Tracy Adhern on behalf of the Canterbury Agricultural and Pastoral Association. So good to see you both. Welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. And again, you've got 10 minutes to make your presentation. If you wanted to allow time for questions, that would need to be within the 10 minutes allotted. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're apology from Steve Barry, who's not with us, but Tracy Ahern is our newly appointed General Manager to the show, and I think I'm known to a few of you. I'm the Chairman of the show. Our presentation is likely to be a little less active and a little less colourful than the earlier two, but hopefully just as important. So we've got 3 or 4 slides we just want to run through here for you. The first one, just before we move off this, we did rebrand the show a couple of years ago to the New Zealand Agricultural Show. I just want you to be aware of that. It is brought to you by the Canterbury AMP Association, but we did that for good reason, and Tracy will probably talk to that a little bit more shortly. So 4 brief slides, a couple of which I'll lead and some of which Tracy will lead. So a lot of you will be aware of this, but the past, the show started in 1862. It does have a 159-year history. It is a iconic event on the Christchurch event calendar. Over that last 159 years, there's only been 5 shows that actually haven't taken place. 4 of those were during the war years, and the 5th one was last year. So 2020, as we all know, was impacted significantly by COVID. We weren't allowed to have crowds, but we did actually go ahead and have our events. The events are the fundamental part of the show. The show is actually run by 500 volunteers on the 3 days that we hold it, and so we held sharing events. They weren't all held out at the showgrounds. The sharing was up in Marble Point. We held our equestrian events and other competitions around the other animals, but no public were involved. We did, and of course there was no money coming through the gates, little sponsorship as well, so financially we were severely impacted, but we managed to hold our heads above water. Part of the improvisation that goes with COVID, not only in our business but most businesses in New Zealand, was a new initiative around a successful online show which we ran. So we filmed a lot of those events and they are now all online. 4 of those, there's 7 episodes, 4 of them are around or based on mature audiences around economic issues and the agricultural sector. 3 of them are for children. And they've had, I think, something like 2.3 million views so far, so we're pretty happy with that impact. So Tracy, pass you on to the next one.
Right. Kia ora, ko Tracy Ahern, toko inoa. So where are we now? We have a very committed board to the 2021 show, all who are very passionate about the show. Our planning is well in advance, and I suppose business appetite to belong to the show is apparent, and we've got many forward bookings which point to a very successful show this year. We've had a significant organisational restructure, which have included me being appointed as a General Manager and Steve Barry being appointed as Director of Audit and Finance. So our cost structure this year is positively addressed and we'll be managing it very tightly. Where to from here? The future. So the evolution of the Kappa and the Ag Show brands. This is something that we're concentrating very hard on, not only to make it better for Canterbury, better for the rural, better for the urban, but also for nationally people to aspire to come to the show, that it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing that they must do. And further development of the online product with an education focus. So given our success last year with the online forum, which is, I suppose, a positive of the COVID, we realise that this is an area we need to grow and to bring children in as part of what we do. Children are our future, and that is what we'd like the focus to be. Diversification of income streams. So currently we've relied on 4 days income a year for our survival, and so we've got a lot of focus at the moment on how do we use what we've got to create income throughout the year. Focus on a stronger balance sheet and development of cash reserves is a big push for us, and something that Steve Barry has been working as acting General Manager to establish. Improving operational management and governance is something that we work on every day, along with compliance and health and safety. One of the things I bring to the table is sustainability and a focus towards climate change. So the future for us is to make the show a sustainable event, bridging rural and urban. Thank you.
So just picking up a couple of Tracy's points, we don't have an ideal business model. We have 12 months worth of costs and 4 days worth of revenue. So in anybody's assessment, that's not an ideal business model. Our risk over the first 159 years has primarily been the weather. More recently, of course, it's been COVID. So this remains a significant risk to this event, and any of you who have been reading the news recently, you'll see the SCEGS report, which is pretty pretty pessimistic, I guess, about our opportunities of getting through the rest of this year at least without some sort of another impact from COVID. So it is remains a significant risk to the event. We did approach Christchurch, New Zealand, seeking their underwrite to the business, as indeed and Wellington City Council had done with Wearable Arts. That was unsuccessful, and their suggestion was to come here to you and ask for a loan. It is indeed only a standby loan. We only intend to draw down on that if we are impacted by COVID. We believe we have the structures in place and the support to succeed again as we have in the past if COVID does not impact. So it's not without risk. The risk to the directors still exists. Well, I think our board has been brave in stating up front we are going to continue with the show, but if COVID does impact and we don't have support, we will be in big trouble. But it's important to Christchurch, it's important to Canterbury, and we believe we need to do this. So we're seeking your support as an essential element to mitigate this risk to an acceptable level. We are hoping to have one of the biggest and brightest shows we've ever had. There are a number of new events planned. The evidence is that events in New Zealand over the last 12 months, because of the border closures, have been very well subscribed and people have turned up in their numbers. So we are hoping that will happen again this year. And as always, we're praying for fine weather. So thank you very much. Open to any questions?
Great, thank you very much indeed. So moving to questions, Yanni.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you're doing. It would be great, in my view, to see the show go ahead. So I was just interested in the land that we've leased to you for a long time, across on the other side of the highway.
Yep.
Is that development progressing? Is that creating a sustainable source of income for you?
That's certainly very high on our agenda to, and has been for a while. It's a pretty, what's the word? It's a bit of a tortuous path to get to where we want to get to be able to leverage that asset and to get some income off it to sustain the show. But we're working hard on that, and we have a number of people that are doing that right now.
So short of providing the loan, which I appreciate that's for a very specific thing.
Yeah.
I guess I'm interested. Is there anything else that we can be doing
Yep.
to kind of help you in terms of future sustainability?
Well, the likelihood is we will be back in front of you in the next few months. I would have thought about how we might best utilise that land, and that relates to the legal implications that apply because of the leasehold nature of it. So we are working hard on that. And the idea is that hopefully we can leverage that piece of land, get some income off it, and not have to end up back in front of you people on an annual basis.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No further questions? Excellent. Stuart, Tracy, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. And we'll obviously come to the item that you've spoken to us about later in the meeting. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. All right, so then our third deputation of the morning is representatives of the living wage movement. Nathaniel, we'd invite you to the table, please. So thank you for joining us. Thanks for taking time out of your day to speak to us. You've got 10 minutes for the deputation. Great. And as with the earlier deputations, if you wanted to allow time for questions, that would be within the 10 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much for listening to us today. I'm Nathaniel from the Living Wage Movement. Probably not going to be able to equal the rhetorical heights of Keep Our Assets, so I'm going to keep it brief. And Sue will talk for a little bit, and then we'll try and allow a lot of time for questions, because I know a lot of councillors have concerns on this issue. So I'd just like to say that the security guards who work to keep our public spaces safe in libraries and other venues, as well as the cleaners that keep spaces like this clean and nice and able for us to work in. At the moment, most of them working for us all are on poverty wages, on the minimum wage, and many of them are having to work 50, 60 hours a week just to raise enough money for their kids. They don't have time to participate in the community. They don't have time to contribute to the life of society in Christchurch, and there's a way that we all here today can immediately solve that problem so that those people have enough to live on now, and going forward will continue to receive pay rises that allow them to keep pace with the cost of living. And the moment you have all the information that you need to make that decision, and we hope you vote the right way. Sue Malloy here is going to speak on behalf of some teacher aides that she works with.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. No oto tahi ahau, ko Sue Malloy ahau. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I work part-time at a school here in Christchurch, and the living wage has made a significant difference to our teacher assistants or TAs. Everyone's circumstances are so different. Here are some comments from our wonderful TA staff who work tirelessly for our tamariki and school community. It helps me be able to pay the rent, and I feel more valued for the job that I'm doing. For me, the living wage has meant that I feel valued in my work, can now contribute to helping pay the household bills, and with the increase in wages, as we only work 40 weeks a year, it means I can budget better when I'm not being paid for the remaining weeks of the year. It has allowed me to put more into KiwiSaver for my retirement. Definitely makes me feel more valued as a working member of society and recognised as a valued staff member in a more professional way. The increase to living wage income allowed my family to breathe a little easier as our household spending in food, utilities, insurances, etc. continued to increase. I was questioning whether I should move away from my TA role and take my skills elsewhere, but the increase has given me incentive to stay. An integral part of our role as TAs is to lift a sense of self-worth in our students and to teach them to value who they are and their abilities. Receiving the living wage made me feel a little more valued for my own role. Thank you.
So, thanks, Sue. I have some notes here on the staff report that you've all received. So, happy to receive any questions, any concerns you might have about going for option 2, which is a full implementation of the living wage in your procurement policies. So, yeah, any questions?
Great, thanks for the presentation. So now moving to questions, I'll go to Sam and then Melanie. Sam.
Hey, thank you very much for coming on. That's been really useful. And you kind of touched on it at the end there. Mm-hmm. I'll be keen to flesh out with you, I guess, your view on the staff recommendation. Mm-hmm. So it's obviously not, it's a change to the weighting as opposed to the full implementation. Where do you sit with that?
So the change to the weighting being proposed by staff is adding an extra 4% of the procurement criteria to go towards considering the living wage. We don't think that's going to make any difference because it's unlikely that that's going to actually motivate contractors to provide tenders that include the living wage. Also, the way we see it is there's no real need to take that approach when there's a much more direct approach, which is requiring all tenders to include the living wage, which will ensure that all of those council workers are being paid fairly, and the costs to that option are quite minimal. So I think that option, it won't actually really change much. It'll just change what's on paper.
Yeah, because I completely get where you're coming from. My mother was a teacher aide as well, so I completely get, and it was really moving. But so just to be clear, you're not comfortable with the staff recommendation? No, we believe that the only way that the council can actually fulfil their obligations to their employers of paying them enough to live a decent life is by going with option 2, because that's the only way you can actually ensure that all of the staff that work for the council get paid fairly. Right. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Melanie, and then I've got Jake, and then Aaron and Yanni if there's time. Melanie.
The staff report sort of suggests that small to medium businesses and local businesses would be more likely to struggle to pay a living wage. I was wondering if you knew if there was any evidence of that?
No, there's no real evidence that. The main thing to keep in mind is there's no evidence that introducing the living wage has a negative effect on employment. So it's not something that's going to lose people jobs. There's really no evidence this has happened both in New Zealand and other cities that have implemented it, in Wellington, Dunedin, or overseas, that happens. And actually there are a lot of benefits for businesses of implementing the living wage, such as reduced staff turnover. And an Auckland council study on this issue found that because of all the benefits to a company of implementing the living wage, the actual costs to a business are between 1% and 2%. So it's not a huge change, and yeah, we don't think it would have an impact on small to medium businesses.
Thank you. Jake?
Just when questions are exhausted, letting you know that I've got some wording that staff have that will move option 2, that I'm happy to move, and I'm assuming there'll be a seconder.
So we'll deal with that when we get into the item itself.
Yep,
Thank you for
understood.
signalling that.
And I have a question as well, which is, thanks Nathaniel, I just wondered if you could comment a little bit around those costs. I think it's 17.2 in our report. Do you have any comments? I mean, that's obviously a doomsday scenario if all possible costs were passed over to us. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah. So there are a few flaws in the modelling that was used by the staff in the report. The first one is the assumption that all of the costs of implementing the living wage would be moved onto the council. Actually, what we've seen in other cities like Wellington is that the tender prices actually can continue to go down after the implementation of the living wage. This was true for the waste management contracts in Hutt City after they required living wage to be part of the procurement for that. Another flaw in that model is, again, that these numbers that the staff report include are based on predictions by employers, which the report itself says are not robust and in many cases are back of the envelope predictions, which probably don't take into account a lot of the benefits. Another issue is that $17 million figure is looking at the difference between the current minimum wage and the living wage, and not actually modelling for increases in the minimum wage that are going to happen anyway. So again, that exaggerates the cost. Another issue is that a lot of our suppliers already pay more than the minimum wage, so that gap between minimum and living wage is, again, it's an exaggeration. And lastly, the model in the staff report that it would result in a 2% rates increase, I'm curious about, because that even if we did take that 17 million figure, 17 million over 10-year figure at face value, that's actually not a 2% increase in rates. It works out to a 0.346% increase. So, yeah, I'm not sure how they arrived at that figure.
Cool. And my second question is around implementation time. Can you just speak to that a little bit in terms of weighing that up with collective agreements and things like that?
Yeah, so this was another issue raised by the staff report, was that collective agreements would have to be renegotiated if living wage was instituted. Actually, and I've got examples in the appendix that's attached to the document that I've sent you, collective agreements for security guards and cleaners rarely, if ever, require fixed rates. They instead require minimum rates, which means that companies are free to increase the wages without renegotiating the collective agreement. And that's explicitly stated, for example, in the collective agreement made with OCS, which is a council contractor. And the living wage and the idea of paying your staff the living wage for particular businesses when they require it is specifically mentioned in the First Security collective agreement, which is another council contractor. So that issue around collective agreements is really not an issue.
Final question from me is around the importance of accreditation. My wording would also see that we start that process, that 5-year-long process. Yep. Can you speak to what benefits that would allow?
Yeah, so there are a lot of benefits. One of the big ones is a reputational benefit. It's about following the lead of other councils like Dunedin and Wellington, recognising that it's an important issue and getting the nationwide recognition that it's something that the council cares about. Also, it's about accountability. So when you get accredited, it means that we're looking at your contracts, the way that you procure your staff, and we're making sure year on year that you're continuing to pay a fair rate to your workers. And it also means that you're supporting the movement more generally. So if it's something you believe in, it means that we're able to do that work for you, and then also we have more resources to help other councils follow in your footsteps.
Now, that does bring us to the end of the time for the deputation and for questions. Thank you very much indeed for coming along and joining us this morning. I'm aware that there are other councillors that did have questions. There will be the opportunity to ask questions of staff before we move into debate on the item, and we'll come back to that later in the agenda this morning. Thanks very much indeed for taking the time to come along. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to the end now of the public participation part of the meeting. So now we'll move to item 28, the resolution to include the supplementary report. So that's item 29 that refers to, the advice on the notice of motion. I'm happy to move that. Sarah, happy to second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. And then we've got some minutes, items 5, 6 and 7, which I'm happy to move the receipt of. Pauline will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Now, just noting that Dawn Baxendale is taking some time away from the meeting to work on some other matters. Miles is now here as the principal advisor. So Dawn apologises for this partial absence. And then now we move to the monthly report from the community boards. And we have a number of community board chairs and deputy chairs in the room that I will invite to the table one at a time to speak to their part of this report and bring us news from their community boards and from their communities. So the first of those is Lee Sampson here already. Lee, good morning. The Waihoro Spraden Cashmere Community Board, you're the Deputy Chair. Great to have you with us, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Morena. Firstly, apologies from Carolyn. I don't think she'll mind us saying she had a bereavement early in the week, so she lost her brother, so our thoughts are with Carolyn today. I've got no Part A's for you. Recent decisions in the last month, a couple of highlights. We've allocated 85,000 of our Strengthening Communities budget to some very worthwhile causes. We look forward to updating you on those through the year. And similarly, Community Service Awards, Community and Youth Service Awards, we've nominated our 24, so we look forward to bringing those back to you in due course as well. So, okay, this is our bouquet for the month. You'll know this junction, it's Worsley's Cashmere Hoonhay Road. Probably didn't have the best start in some ways. I know Tim liaised with some of the shopkeepers. It's been quite a complex capital works when you're working around live businesses, a very busy junction. So, but I just have to say, recently Parna and the team at HEB have done exceptionally well last week, working through rain, sleet, more rain, just to keep those works on programme. So I really appreciate the work, or the community board really appreciates the work that's gone in there over the last few weeks. So well done to the team there. Thank you. Housing intensification briefing. Kudos to John Higgins and the team. It's really important that we keep communities with us on this journey that we're going on currently. We give the community an overview of the framework that we have to deal with and also the pending changes in terms of the national policy statement. So it's just really, really important that we keep communities with us on this journey. So really fruitful, and we had some excellent feedback from the community. So again, it's just great that we bring communities with us on the journey that we're on. So thanks again to staff for the excellent presentation. A couple of community projects. These are why you're on a community board sometimes. This is just the very small amounts of funding that we've allocated that have had a big impact. So the pictures on the left are Cobham Street and Littleton Street, where we've just rejuvenated a small community garden. And to the right there is Lansdowne Community Centre and Play Centre, where the early childhood teachers, local community members have obviously worked on that mural to really brighten that facility up. So well done, the team involved there. Living wage, we had a presentation by a living wage Aotearoa last week, so I have got a brief segue into it. It is something our community board is passionate about. We did discuss it post-meeting, and I would like to say that, you know, we said earlier, trickle-down economics doesn't work. We know that. We all know that in the room. You've got a sphere of influence here to be able to show leadership. So I do implore you to show that leadership. You have the opportunity to impact hundreds, and I surmise thousands of lives in Christchurch. So people aren't just concentrating on survival. So we implore you to show that leadership today. I've got some expertise in procurement through previous roles, so you might know that. I've done dozens of tender evaluations, and I can tell you this, that leadership is not tweaking a procurement document weighting from 1% to 5%. It isn't. That isn't leadership. You can manipulate a number of things in procurement. Non-price weighting, price weighting. So it's not going to do the job that you need it to do. So that's my expertise. That's my knowledge. So I do implore you to show leadership today. So thank you. I'm going to go on to, I think we've got a short video, so I'm going to keep, I think this is our last snippet, but we've got a short video, hopefully, and I'm going to let the folk at Rowley speak to this, so hopefully got a 2-minute video. Have we? Yep, let's go for it.
Every Friday, elderly people in the Hoonhay area gather here at the Rowley Resource Centre.
I don't really know who pays for it, but on a Friday they do a seniors thing and we can come and eat.
Just come and meet and just have a good laugh and something to eat and, and just enjoy everybody's company.
But this isn't all that happens here.
So the centre's open Monday to Friday, and so there's often classes happening throughout the day. So on Monday we have a gardening group. Tuesday we have an adult and numeracy and literacy course from Hagley. Wednesdays we have stone carving. Also Tuesday is community shed. So the folk from the community can come in and do little projects. So it actually started off 30-ish years ago by a couple of nuns, and they started off with a young mums group in their lounge. It grew too big for their lounge, so they shifted into a bigger space, and it just grew from there. For about the last 6 years we've been here at number 89.
It's just that whānau feeling.
I think places like this are at the heart of the community.
Always having a barbecue, always eating.
No, they had a lady coming in and she showed us how to use computers.
But then there's also people dropping in to use the photocopier.
I love the feel of the place. I think it's very welcoming. The people are very welcoming.
I think the important thing is having that homely environment and people are welcome to come.
So that's just some of our local superstars. Without that rich tapestry of community, life is very hollow. So we've got some. It's just very satisfying on a community board level to see those type of things coming to fruition. And we only support them on a pretty low level, but some great things coming out of that little resource centre. So I think that's us. I just want to say one more thing, if I can. Our thoughts go out to the Podmore family. They are based in Kashmir, so. A very sad time for that family. Olivia left us far too soon, but she's left a huge footprint. So I just feel for that family this week. So I just want to say it as they are a local family and they are well known. So as well. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now there is the opportunity for any questions if councillors have questions.
Sorry, I'm away.
No questions. All right. Thank you very much. And please send our regards and condolences to Carolyn as well. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. All right. So next I would invite Tori Peden, the chair of the Te Pātaka Ōrākei Banks Peninsula Community Board, to the table. Tori, good morning. Thanks for joining us. And news from Banks Peninsula. Thank you.
Now, on your agenda this morning, you have two parties from the Banks Peninsula Community Board. Both issues did come to the board recently, and both went through without too much discussion. It all made sense to us, and we were happy to pass those recommendations on to the council. Decisions made under delegation. The board has made some key decisions about the Wairua and Urumau reserves, which are of focused interest from the community in terms of their use and ongoing access. Recognising the Wairua Reserve, Wairua Reserve's nationally significant biodiversity and cultural significance The board recommended to council aims to ensure the purpose of the trust will work to safeguard these vital aspects of the land. Board also approved a revision to the terms of reference for the Takapaniki Reserve Co-Governance Group to align with the 2019 revisions to the council's delegations register, and we welcomed a new representative of Nuku Runanga to the Akaroa Museum Advisory Committee. Big topic in our board is the State Highway 75 speed reductions, or looking at speed review from Waka Kotahi. One of our board's priorities has been advocating for our roads and footpaths be maintained and improved. Now, State Highway 75 is a key thoroughfare that connects our communities and serves a major corridor into Christchurch. It's no surprise when Waka Kotahi announced they were looking at the speed limit, that it generated a lot of interest in the community and prompted strong feedback from residents across the peninsula. Given this strong interest and the potential impacts to our residents, the board drafted feedback highlighting some of the key issues and concerns. For example, speed limit outside Wairua Marae and through Little River, and also submitted feedback to Waka Kotahi during the public engagement period. We look forward to working with council when we go into formal consultation later in the year. Good news, we've got an update to the Little River Library. Recently completed refurbishments of the Little River Service Centre and Library has breathed new life into the space and is well received by the community. Around 700 items have been removed from the shelves prior to refurbishment. Library staff are continuing to work with customers to determine what books and authors they are interested in reading, so staff can bring out books that appeal to local readers and meet the needs of the community. It is a well-used space. We all enjoy that space. More good news from Banks Peninsula. The board is pleased to share news that two cherished community assets, the Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust and Alton Bradley Park, have signed a memorandum of understanding for the ongoing management of Te Ahu Pataki, a 500-hectare section of iconic land that includes the two highest points in Christchurch, Aotearoa, both Mount Herbert and Mount Bradley. The Trust will continue to work closely with Alton Bradley Park and Te Hapu o Ngātautawhiki as Te Ahu Pataki becomes a biodiversity hotspot, completing 1,700 hectares. Network continuous protection and stunning recreational assets for walking, biking and climbing. Look, this is really exciting for our ward and our city. It's fantastic. The land is to be protected in perpetuity with a conservation covenant, and the Banks Peninsula community are excited. This is just fantastic news and we're all really excited about it. One last thing that has also come up recently again is the Godley House site. Now, Godley House was an historic house used as accommodation, cafe and bar until it was damaged in an earthquake. Regarded as the heart of the village, Godley House provided for social connection and played a key role in the economic viability of Diamond Harbour Village. The Diamond Harbour community have been campaigning for 10 years for a replacement facility, including a hospitality venue. These efforts have been complicated by the site being listed as a recreational reserve. The board has been working with the Parks Unit and facilitated engagement with key stakeholders, including the Diamond Harbour and Southern Bays communities, to find a solution. We're approaching DOC to consider partial revocation of the reserve status to accommodate the community's wishes. It's one of the solutions that's being proposed, and we are working with staff and DOC in these matters. So that's a bit of a nutshell of what we've been going through over the last month or so. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great. Tori, thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? No questions? All right, that's great. Thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. Thank you. All right, so next I would invite Kelly Barber, Chair of the Waitai Coastal Burwood Community Board, to the table. Kelly, good morning. Good to have you with us. News from the East.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Bit going on over in the East, as usual. So decisions made under delegation. I just wanted to highlight a couple to you. The first one in particular is the approval of the South Brighton Tennis Club installing 6 new lighting poles. This is a really, really big tennis club and does a lot of great work in our community, and it's a real centre for the people of South Shore. They got shovel-ready funding for these, so I'm pretty excited about that. Just a bit further down, approval of 54 applications for the board's 2021-22 Strengthening Communities Fund. We'll talk a wee bit about this later. And also we've allocated funding for discretionary response fund towards the following projects. So I Love New Brighton is a big festival in summer in New Brighton, really important for the community. It brings everyone together, gives that real good feel, and people come from all over the city to go to it. Summer with Your Neighbours, that's another great initiative where people have barbecues and invite people from their streets or whatever to get together. All good community positive stuff. I just want to go down to the Community Pride Garden Awards. I mean, people looking after their places and making their garden look good and their city look good is definitely something we should encourage, and we're really proud to be involved in supporting that. Parklands at Play is another great initiative that we do. It brings everybody together in summer in Parklands on one of the parks there. I mean, Parklands is a quiet sort of achiever. It's a place where a lot of families live. It was designed to have every house within 500 metres of a park, and there's lots of little playgrounds and parks in the area. You know, some of our famous Cantabrians live there, raising their families, like Dallas Seymour and Julie Seymour, who are well known to many people. A really important part of our city is Parklands, and we're going to be highlighting a wee bit over the next few months about their need for a community centre. There's a place called the Pukeko Centre, which is trying to raise the final money they need to get a facility for their community, and so we're going to keep that front and centre for the next wee while. Okay, moving on to page 2, the Matariki Fireworks Spectacular. I don't know whether many of you got the opportunity to go down and experience this on Saturday, July the 10th. It was an amazing night. We had amazing weather, and we we entertained people from all over the city. It was a fantastic occasion. New Brighton was absolutely packed, as evidenced by the time it took to get out of there after the show. But there were food stalls in the mall and kapa haka and various performances, and there was just so much going on. So that I was down there myself. We actually got an invite to the hot pools. They were quite innovative. They pumped up the heat of all the cooler pools to 38 degrees because they wanted to have a really good experience for everybody who was there, and I think that was really innovative. And you can continue to be very proud of the investment you've put into that area, because those pools have been an absolute success. Thank you for your nodding, Catherine. Appreciate that. So moving on to page 3. So if I can find it on my paper. Yeah, so our Strengthening Communities Fund, 54 applications is a lot, and we've got a lot of groups in our community who are doing great work. We also established a discretionary response fund and a youth development fund, which we haven't had before, and these are now open for application. There are a lot of groups that do good work, and it's great that we have these funds for them. I personally would love to see each community board have a lot more money, but that's a conversation for another day. Item 4. So this is the North New Brighton Community Centre. I'm sure many of you have been to it at some stage. We've just spent $236,000 as a council on upgrading it, and I just wanted to give a big thank you to the council for that. I mean, basically they did a major 2-month refurbishment with painting, new doors, new signage, new appliances for the kitchen, new floors or sort of refurbished, and toilet upgrades, etc. It's a fantastic community space and a real asset. It's really, really well utilised. It has killer views if you ever want to have a function there, and I've been to a few really good ones, and it's available to be hired. So thank you for that refurbishment. It's much appreciated by the community. So, item 5. So this is an example of youth being involved in local government. So some lads from Shirley Boys High School came along to our public forum at our last meeting, and 5 senior students. They're a bit nervous, but they represented themselves and their school and their generation really well. They came to talk about 2 specific issues. One was vaping on or near the school grounds. If you look at the top left hand, there's sort of a photo with buildings and an arrow going through. That's a public space. People can walk through there and vape, apparently, while they're on their way to QE2 for a bit of exercise. So the boys sort of thought it would be nice if there were some signs there. So they were recommending we put in some no smoking signs on the footpath rather than put up a pole, etc. So it takes a bit of courage to come along and do these things, and it's really good to see young lads getting involved in their community. The other issue was they brought another group from the same school, same class. This is a sort of a social studies kind of community action class, and these lads brought along a petition. If I understand, it didn't quite fit in with the legal requirements, but we let them sort of speak to it, and they talked about the community or members of the community who would like to see New Brighton Road sort of refurbished. So those of you that know New Brighton Road, it sort of starts in Shirley, heads through Burwood Park and along the river all the way and feeds into Brighton. I mean, other roads have sort of been constructed that have sort of taken some of the traffic, but it represents a really important access point for some people, and they feel quite emotional about the state of repair. And I'm hopeful at some stage in the future that there will be some refurbishment done for that road. But it was really nice to hear the boys come and talk about that and represent the views of some of the community. So that's all we have for you. Thank you very much for your time and for and all the things that you do for us in the coastal and Burwood wards. Thank you.
Kelly, thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? No questions?
Great.
Thanks very much indeed for the update. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher.
Okay, so now we come to the Waimea, Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood Community Board and Chairperson Bridget Williams. So, Bridget, welcome to the table. Good to have you with us this morning.
Oh, thank you. I also have Marianne as well. Marianne Lomax. So unfortunately David couldn't make it today. Yes. Oh, thank you. You want quicker?
I'll clap.
Awesome, thank you. So we had a few decisions made under delegations. The first was approving new road names for subdivision at 40 Johns Road. The other was approving the extension for an existing bus stop terminus on Sheffield Crescent, and also approved the creation of a mobility park and time restrictions at the shops at 162 Kendall Ave, and also approved the change of reserve classification for Rotakahatu Reserve. And then moving on to public forum. So we were really excited to see that on the meeting that we had for the 2nd of August, we heard from Helena Parsons from Ilam Health. And she shared with us the plans for the new integrated health hub that is being built on the corner of Memorial Ave and Ilam Road. So there are the listed tenants, and you can see that a number of tenants are already confirmed, and this is going to be a fantastic medical facility for our residents. It will be opening in stages starting in November this year, with the official opening due to happen in April 2022. And more good news for the community is community projects such as Christchurch North Community Patrols. So you will all have community patrols operating in your areas. And you must obviously be aware of the fantastic work that they do. And the Christchurch North Community Patrols has the largest geographic patch of all patrols in New Zealand, and had unfortunately found themselves in the position of only having one patrol vehicle. So our board was happy to provide some financial support through our discretionary response fund to help them purchase a new vehicle. And the unveiling ceremony was held recently. The photo on the right is one of our board members, Jason Middlemiss, at the ceremony, and we also had Council McDonald. Sam was also there to represent our community board as well. And then to finish today, we thought we would do something a little bit different. So we know as elected members that media, particularly social media. It can be pretty brutal at times, but we just want to acknowledge that council staff can also come under fire on a regular basis as well. And we just want to share a couple of examples where staff are doing a great job and deserve some extra thanks. And in particular, looking at Tessa Zant and Yanni Grief have been undertaking some great pre-engagement work with stakeholders along the proposed Norwest Arc cycleway in our area. People have said they have really appreciated the face-to-face contact and opportunity to talk through aspects of that project. And another community board bouquet is our second example is our wonderful arborist Dita. So the board had recently been contacted by victim support on behalf of a resident who had some tree issues. I'm not going to go into the exact details of that today, but within a couple of days, Dita had arranged an on-site visit with the resident and then organised for Tree Tech to undertake work to address the problem. This issue was resolved very quickly, and we just want to acknowledge Dita and thank him for this. So those are just some two great examples of staff going the extra mile and be proactive, which we really appreciate. And that's our report. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. So you've left time for questions, if there are any questions. Tim.
Just also thank you for acknowledging staff. So many don't, so cheers.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. All right, look, thanks very much indeed for taking the time to update us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Great to have your news and update. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so next I would invite Mike Mora, chairperson of the Waipuna Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board, to join us at the table. And Helen Broughton, deputy chair. Good to have you both with us. So news from the southwest.
Yes. Thanks very much for the opportunity, Andrew, to present our area report, our board report to you today. And if we can have somebody scroll through the buttons for us. Yes, $414,000 we've granted to 35 community groups, and you'll hear about some of that funding as we go on. The Templeton Community Safety Workshop was put together by Marie Byrne, visited the Templeton Resident Association, and safety issues was the key there. So there was 30 odd people came to the workshop, and the main issues were an issue in Kissel Street that's been going on and on and on for quite a while. I don't want to go and do any much detail on that. And the other is youth behaviour and stuff in the area. So the community are alerted to that. So hopefully there'll be some good outcomes on that. And our Hornby community, new Hornby Centre is coming underway, so everybody's really excited about that, and we have been consulting with groups to see, now that they know it's coming, to see what they would like to see in that as well. It's a little bit limited in community space, unfortunately, but we're very grateful for what we've got, and we just want to make maximum use of it. And this is the Haratuni Youth Council, and just like to thank Councillor Galloway for the initiative with these young people from 6 primary schools in Hallswell, and also for Sam Holland from our community board staff for helping with that too. So that's just to get the views of the community, and they are working on some mural projects in Westlake. So well done for that team. And there we are, Helen. We had the Community Service Youth Awards held at the Te Hapua Hallswell Centre, and that was a very well organised function, and it was just so great. It's, as I said to the people there, it's just such an awesome opportunity to recognise the work that volunteers do in our community, and it's not only the volunteers, it's their families and support people as well. And a special thanks to the staff for working on that to make it such a successful event as well. And thanks for all the community board members coming along to support that, which was a really great night, very special for us. summer with our neighbours. It used to be Neighbourhood Week, and but anyway, as it started off here in Christchurch actually, and then it went nationwide. And correct, absolutely. No, you're absolutely correct. I remember it well. And that was a great initiative that did go nationwide. And then, unfortunately, the national body decided to spread it out over a longer period of time. And I think it's still a great event, a great opportunity, but I think it's sort of taken that special focus out of it, Councillor Cotter, that we had when it was first initiated. So, but anyway, it's still alive and up and running, and there is an opportunity for groups to come to us. And what have we got next there? This is rather special. This is rather special. Now, as you can see there, Thomas McIntosh completed it in the Tokyo Olympic Games. And I can remember when we first gave Thomas the money to go to Bulgaria and Poland, he came back to our community board when we were meeting at Fendalton, and just thanked us for the opportunity that we made happen to him. Now this is rather spooky because today I was handed a memo that this brilliant young man had typed and sent to us from his hotel, and I just want to read this out if you don't mind, councillors. To the Horswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board. I write to you this memo from in the Crown Plaza MIQ facility upon returning from the Tokyo 2021 or 2020 Olympic Games, should be 2021, but anyway, 2020, sorry. I was privileged enough to win gold in the men's 8 at the Games, after a long goal achieved much sooner than I ever could have imagined. In 2017-18, I was fortunate to be included in a youth development fund, through a youth development fund to complete in the under-23 World Championships in Bulgaria and Poland. These sessions were instrumental in my career. I learnt key lessons in leadership, motivation and teamwork, 3 skills I carry through to the Olympic gold. Winning gold was amazing, and I will cherish that moment for life. However, the most memorable part of the Games was all the support I received from the New Zealand community. We have an amazing community, and I feel honoured to be a Kiwi wearing that fern in Tokyo. I strongly encourage you to support youth development through the Youth Development Fund for sport, and brings people together in a way like no other. From first-hand experience, I believe the Olympic Games has banded our whole nation together. Just like I was, the future Olympians are currently in Christchurch here today, Tom McIntosh. Now, how special was that for him in his hotel room to remember the funding that came from the community boards, and all community boards give funding for youth development, but what a treasure it is to get a letter like that, and it just makes me feel really, really warm and fuzzy. And Andrew, we do have a Part A, which is on the speed limit reduction in Chandler Street, and I just want to say that our board support that. So I should have mentioned that actually at the start, that that's a Part A that's coming to you today, and our board are completely in support of that. So, Helen, do you want to add any more?
Absolutely fine.
Well, thanks very much once again for the opportunity, and we appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you.
All right, so Mike and Helen, thank you both very much indeed for presenting to us this morning. Are there any questions? Aaron.
Yes, thanks for that, Mike, and the story about Thomas is fantastic. I was just wondering, when you hear back from him once he's back in town, if he could come and do a deputation to full council on the East Lake and its benefits. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I'll suggest that
Noting it wasn't a question, I'll come to Jimmy, who probably has got a question.
But Templeton, those the community, the safety, the forum, that's very successful. Because while there's staff and facilitate, that's very successful. Everyone knows to contribute. But I'm concerned after, this the forum, we need to follow up, particularly regarding to the park and reserve and community, the safety, this kind of issue, because the police didn't turn out. Otatahi Christchurch trust, community trust didn't turn out. So we need to follow up that kind of issue.
Yes, well, in answer to your question, I've been assured that staff will be following up with the community to get some outcomes from that and some actions, Jimmy. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. No further questions? All right, Mike, Helen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, I'll invite Alexandra Davids, the chairperson of the Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, to the table. Alex, good morning. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. News from your part of town.
Thank you. Kia ora, everybody. Thank you for having us here today. So we've already spoken to most of the items in the report last month. So today we'll be giving you an update on relevant happenings in the area, and we take the report as read. So our most recent community board meetings were held on the 14th of July and the 4th of August. We've had public forums in regards to parking around the Happy Hire site in Coleridge Street. And we've had Simone from Aotearoa Multicultural Women's Association, and also Hannah from who is our new community activation person with City Care. And also thanks to Nathaniel for presenting to us on the living wage. We have had several deputations. We've had Paul McMahon, who is a local resident, who was speaking in regards to issues in Radley Street. Pat McIntosh, who was speaking to the board regarding regrassing of the Beachville Esplanade, and also Shari Carter, who was a representative of the Curator's House restaurant. Moving on to the Curator's House, this is our part A to council today, and we did really appreciate having Shari Carter actually come and speak to us the day that we were looking at this lease decision, and as a board we do recommend that the council approve the lease for the Curator's House restaurant. Moving on to our Strengthening Communities funding, obviously we have put that through now. We're really excited to actually see the amount of community groups within our area doing amazing things. We also recognise the fact that there are a lot more community groups that are doing amazing stuff, and that is actually because the need is a lot higher. So we really just want to recognise those groups today for the work that they're doing in making our communities a better place. So thank you to all of them. And thank you for the money that we can give to them. In regards to our Bromley traffic update, this is something that is obviously ongoing. And at our 4th of August meeting, the board project funding was confirmed to fund a plan for the traffic in the Bromley area. This is to align projects and save costs to achieve the best outcome for the community in the area. It will enable the area plan of traffic projects to coordinate current spending, and so that the community groups and the board can advocate for future projects in the long-term plan and the annual plan. And we just want to say a massive thank you to staff for making this happen. On to the living wage. We would just like to, as a board, express our support for the living wage when you come to that decision today. Thanks again to Nathaniel. So Inner City East revitalisation plan. So we now have our revitalisation plan in place. So this plan has been community-led, and we would really like to say thank you to the members of the community, to Whare Roimata and our staff at Council for seeing the need of actually making this happen and putting it together. And this will allow this community that has really been affected by so many different happenings within that community to thrive again. So we're really excited that this revitalisation plan is in play. Also want to say a big thank you to Josh Neville and Rochelle. They were both really key staff members in putting this together, and neither of them are with us anymore. They're not dead. They've just left council. But really wanted to say thank you to them for their work in making that happen. Another board plan priority has been the greening of the east, which you all know because I talk about it frequently. But we're really excited to see this come to fruition. We want to thank the community members and staff for helping ensure our east side concrete jungle shall not be much longer a concrete jungle. We just want to say a massive thank you to everybody involved within council and all of the community groups. And this is an ongoing thing, but we are really excited about the future of the Inner City East. We have had a fungi farm opening, like we all love a good mushroom. And so this fungi farm is actually a really fantastic thing. So it's going to provide education for our tamariki and for our communities. They are holding information days which actually show people what mushrooms are safe and what are not, what are fun and what are not. I would really recommend people to get down there. It's really beautiful. They have this awesome nature play area for children as well, and yeah, it's just a really cool area. So congratulations to the team for putting that together. On to the Enviro Hub with the Revolution team. So many people have got together for like we all want to live sustainably, right? But a lot of people don't actually know how to live sustainably. So the Revolution team have got this hub up and running, well, almost completely up and running. But you can go there and you can actually learn how to live sustainably. So they teach you how to collect water and basically just how to do everything magical in your house. So just want to give them a massive shout out, and thanks to everybody that popped along to the Working Bee the other week. We had the Student Volunteer Army, City Care, and heaps of members from the community, just making sure that it was all beautiful and amazing for that education for our future generations. We have had a series of neighbourhood walks in our board area in conjunction with Te Poutahi, and we have our last coming up this Sunday in the Linwood area. They've been really popular, and it's great to see communities actually coming together to talk about their areas and learn about the history within their areas. Kind of gives people a sense of feeling like they belong again. So they've been really important and very educational. We have the opening of Te Poituitui coming up on the 1st of October. So we've asked the community to be involved in this, and there's a lot of groups that are actually coming together that want to be involved in the opening. So we're just really excited to invite you all on the 1st of October to our opening, and it's just so good. We beat you Hornby as well, so yeah. Thank you. Okay, and we are also excited to invite you all to our Sustainability Charter launch, which is going to be next Friday on the 20th. So we've looked at what we do as a council and as a board, and we've also recognised the amazing mahi that's already happening in our communities and networks. We're making sure that we improve resilience and preparedness for our future generations in regards to the impact of climate change. So there's a lot of work that's been done on the Sustainability Charter, and we're just wanting to make sure that we are recognising the work that we are doing, but also need to continue doing to live more sustainable lives within our communities. And with that, I would just like to say a massive thank you to Rochelle Faimalo and Emily Toes, who have been our fantastic staff members, which we have lost from our community board. Again, they're not dead, they've just left. But we are losing staff members from our board, and we do want to make sure that we are recognising the work that they have done. So thank you. Sorry,
Great.
it was very talky.
That's all right. Thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? Pauline.
Yes, thanks, Alex. So this one here that's coming up next Friday.
Yeah.
So what's some more details? Whereabouts is it?
We will be having it at our boardroom area in the community gardens, 180 Smith Street.
Right.
Yeah. Cool. We'll send it, if you've not already got it, we'll make sure we send the invitation out.
Thank you. Cool.
Love
Great.
to have you.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for the presentation.
Cheers.
Good to have you with us. Thank you. All right. And then last but not least, Emma Norrish and Simon Britton, so Chair and Deputy Chair of the Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board. Welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us along here today. We in July had a quiet month meeting-wise, but there's still been a lot going on in the background. And at our meeting last week, we allocated our Strengthening Communities funding for the year, which we granted funds to 36 different groups. And we'd like to thank Council for not going ahead with the 5% cut to that funding, which was proposed in the original long-term plan. But we would also like to note that our board is still struggling to meet our community's needs with that current amount of funding that we have this year. This one here is on Innis Road. We have two schools in close proximity to each other, and they were both having issues with cars not stopping at the crossings for the schools. We've been working on this with the board and staff and the schools for a few years now. A couple of years ago, electronic Belisha discs and upgraded crossing systems were put in, but even since that, there were still reports of near misses and actually cars hitting the stop signs as when they were out. It's not a speed issue, because there's a lot of traffic travels along that road at those times. It's a behavioural one, so red coloured surfacing has now been put in on the two crossings, and we've had really positive feedback from both the schools and the community about that, so that's really good to hear.
Report back on a youth project from July. We had the Dusk Till Dawn event, which is happening biennially in the area. Acknowledgement too to the Waimario Fenelton Waimairi Hereward Board, who also support this event. Had 150 young people taking part and over 40 volunteers from local youth organisations and also council staff. Dusk Till Dawn is 8 p.m. till 8 a.m, continuous 12-hour youth event, including taking in the trampoline centre, Antarctic Centre. Where else did we go? Graham Condon into the gym, off for a swim, off to the movies, and more. Empire Chicken in the middle of the night, dance competition and other things. My own boy came back and slept for about 24 hours after that. So yeah, really, really good effort from the young people who took part, but also all of those who all helped organise it, including our Youth Advisory Committee and council staff.
This is another project we've got going on in the area, which is progressing well. The Parks team are continuing their amazing work alongside Paparoa Street School and Rutland Reserve. They've got a focus on connecting the reserve with the school and the local community. They've now got monitoring tunnels in place in the reserve and an insect hotel. And there's been a lot of planting going on, and the school is also working with Ngai Tahu on a new name for the reserve. So it's great to see that happening.
Last month we reported a planting day at Papanui Bush had to be deferred because of weather and conditions in that stormwater reserve where the plantings are happening. That has now gone ahead. This project's been really well supported by council rangers and by council with provision of plants and other support for the project. Also, just this past week, there's been another planting day again, which included also volunteers from the community, including staff from Mitre 10, Torpedo 7, students from Casebrook Intermediate School and University of Canterbury. So, yeah, thanks to Rotary Club of Papanui in particular who've been driving that project. It's great to see it really coming along.
And finally, the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust hosted a bus trip for Trust volunteers, council and ECAN elected members and staff, and also Water Zone Committee members. It was looking at the work that the Trust is doing along the whole of the Sticks catchment and their plans for the future, and also highlighting some of the issues along the river. One of those issues which they wanted to bring to our attention was the encroachment of fencing onto the 10 metres setback, which is public land on either side of the river, especially along the lower reaches down by Spencerville and Brooklands. So we appreciate the work that that trust is doing in there. And that's us for today.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? Yanni.
Just any update on the Langdons Road safety audit? Like, when are you expecting to get that, and when is any time frame for any action actually solving that issue?
We're still working with staff and the transport unit on progressing the issues down there.
Is there anything that we can do to help as a council?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, there's no time frame, so.
So are you let's ask a further question. Are you comfortable with the way that the matter's been dealt with?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you don't have a time frame for a resolution.
No. You're not the chair.
Okay, so the board is comfortable with the way that matter is progressing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Mike?
The board's not comfortable with how things are happening, but we're aware of what's happening and we are working to try and get a resolution on it. The amount of traffic that has increased in that area is shocking, and the consent issues around there is a concern, but we are working behind the scenes with council staff to try and get resolution for that area because we know it needs to be fixed.
Yeah, so it's in hand?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Tim? Oh, no, okay. False alarm. That's all right. So thank you very much indeed for the presentation. So that brings us to the end of the monthly report from the community boards. Pauline, you're indicating you'd like to move this? All right, and do I have a second? Mike will second. All right, so Pauline and Mike. Is there any debate, Yanni?
I had an additional resolution that I've emailed through to staff.
So an additional resolution, do we have some wording?
Yeah. That council requests staff to install 2 EV chargers at the Te Poi Toi Toi Linwood Pool in time for the October 1st opening, to be funded through the LTP EV charging fund budget.
So this is your wording. As previously requested, ask staff to report back to the Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board.
No.
So that's not?
No.
Okay. Yeah, John, do you want to come to the table? So, Yanni, this is... So you had some wording that you've put forward. Obviously, staff have... Okay, so you've got some wording that you put forward. Staff have got some advice on that, which has resulted in this.
Yes.
John, do you want to take us through it, and then let's work this through?
Yeah. I've had a conversation with the head of transport, the head of recreation, sports and events, and the board chair. There is a commitment for staff to report back to the board on the provision of EV chargers. That information is not far away. It will be staff's goal to work with the board in the same manner that they've worked throughout the whole Te Poi Toi Toi project to ensure that these facilities are installed, ideally by opening, but we can't guarantee, just in case the equipment isn't available at that time. So we believe by reporting back to the board, continuing the same process that we've agreed to do, using the same project frameworks, we'll get the result that everyone is hoping for.
So, Yanni, your original resolution that you put forward was to do what?
We have a council budget that we've established to fund EV chargers.
No. Well, I'm trying to get to the bottom of what it is that you put forward, which is different than this.
It's the budget that we've got on our LTP that wasn't available when the board had agreed to the Linwood
You're still not answering the question. What is the resolution that you put forward, which is not this?
The council requests staff to install 2 EV charging stations at Te Poi Toi Toi Linwood Pole in time for its opening on October 1st to be funded via the EV charging fund that was established as part of the 2131 LTP.
All right, so you were asking for us to make a decision today to do that,
if that
rather than asking
can I just
for...
say, if staff don't think that can happen, and I've been seeking this advice since July 22nd, so you can understand the frustration.
Yeah,
could we get a report back to the Sustainability Committee on the 25th of August? This is a council budget. I presume it requires a council resolution, not a report back to the board. We're running out of time, which is why there's a degree of urgency.
Okay, so presumably the reason for the change to the wording has been because we didn't have the information in front of us to make this decision today. Yes. So we've got a suggestion from staff as to how it can best be handled. Yanni is now suggesting we bring it to a committee rather than back to the board. John, your comment on that, please.
The board have asked for this information. Yep. A process is underway going back to the board. The project is being governed and led by the board very successfully. One, staff feel there's a lot of merit in keeping these existing processes going. Secondly, the objective of installing EV chargers there will probably be achieved soonest and most effectively by this resolution, reporting back to the board, doing what we were originally going to do rather than choosing a different course of action now. However, if council has a different view, we'll follow whatever process we're advised to take.
I got told the report to the board would come back on October 6th, which is 5 days after the polls opened.
So when is the report coming back to the board?
We'll bring it back as soon as we can. I've heard from Nigel Cox, the head of Recreation, Sports and Events, that the information will almost certainly be ready by the 20th of August.
Which is before the committee meeting that Yanni mentioned anyway. Yanni, are you happy to move this wording?
I just want a report where we can actually make the decision to spend the money. I don't know from staff, because I've been unable since July 22nd to find out what resolution's required to allocate the money that we've already got on budget towards a simple thing. I mean, it should be a straightforward, simple
all I'm trying to do is to get some wording that we can either get moved and seconded or not. John, are you happy for the words report back to the community board on the 20th of August to be added in here?
There's no meeting on the 20th of August.
Or as soon as possible afterwards, because it might not match with board meetings.
Well, maybe we just say as soon as possible.
As soon as possible, yep.
Could we get it then I don't even know when the next board meeting is. It's ways away. Could we get it to the sustainability? I guess what I want to understand from staff is, does that fund need a resolution of council, or can it be delegated to the community board? I just want the decision to be made as soon as possible, given that we've got funding on budget.
So when it comes to the board, can the board make a decision?
There is an option that will be presented where the board can make a decision.
All right. So, Yanni, back to you. Are you comfortable to move this wording?
No, I want it to come to the Sustainability and Community Resilience Committee on the 25th.
It would have been really good if this had been sorted out before the meeting, so that we had wording moved that you were confident in. So tell us what you want to move, and then let's see if there's a seconder for it. Can you give me the wording that you want to move?
I already told you that. It's so...
Or not?
The simple thing is, okay, high level, we've got money on budget that we agreed to.
Can we not debate a motion which is not yet on the table?
How do we access that money? There's a board meeting on the 18th of August. So if you want to put 18th of August report in, fine. I just want the decision to be made as soon as possible, given that the pool has been handed over to us from the contractor, and we've got very limited time in terms of getting these things in.
All right, so this is what you want to move.
He's not moving or seconding anything, because Councillor Cotton and Councillor Davidson have moved the report. So you would need to move an amendment.
So he's moving an amendment, actually. Yeah, he's moving an amendment, actually. So is there a seconder for this amendment?
One amendment, this one.
Yeah. Number two. So the report has been moved and seconded. Yanni's now moving an amendment to it. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Is this the word? Can we not debate something which is not yet on the table? Do you want to move this wording or do you not?
That's fine. If it can be reported back for 18th of August, not with advice on decision-making options for installing 2 EV chargers, it's fine.
All right, so let's put that wording in. Decision-making options for installing. Yeah, all right. So that's now what you want to move as an amendment. Okay. Is there a seconder for that amendment? So Sarah will second. Okay, great. All right. If this is passed, is it capable of being implemented? Can you do the thing that we're asking for? Yes. Yes?
Yep.
Yeah, all right, great. All right, so now there are some questions. Mike.
I'm just trying to work out. So we created a citywide fund, and it's actually going to be able to go to a community board so a councillor can get his project sorted.
The resolution says the EV charging budget and any other funding options.
So, but I just want to make sure that if we're looking at an EV fund, charging fund, which was based around a partnership model with businesses, that actually the community board will have delegation to be able to spend money, which we don't know how much is. It could actually exhaust the whole fund, which is a citywide fund.
Bring it back to Sarah's committee. I don't care. I just want us to.
Can we get an answer from staff, please? John.
It says on decision-making options, Chair.
And any other funding options, I'd like to go back and discuss the funding options, but there will be funding options. The decision can be made and agreed, and it won't involve the EV charging budget.
Well, that's completely against what I'm trying to do, right? We've got money that we voted for in the LTP.
Are we in
All I
debate?
want
We're asking questions of staff and we've had the answer. If there's something that you want to raise in debate, then please do. Tim and then Sarah. Tim.
Thank you. Along the same lines as Mike, but slightly different. With regards to the EV plan, for instance, that was a citywide fund which we're going to partnership, as we've heard, with businesses and try and get more funds, etc. So we do need an understanding of where the best place is as a citywide plan, but this is totally bypassing that in the sense that there could be other areas that are black holes described.
All right, sticking with questions for the moment, Sarah.
Right. So, complete agreement with Yanni about getting some EV chargers installed on the site. The way that this is worded, John, that means that where there are options, there might be options that the community board doesn't necessarily have delegation to make a final decision on, but may need to come back to council. Is that right? So we could be so the paper may include a recommendation to council for funding. It may include things that are within staff delegation, for example, that particular fund, because the way that fund was set up in the past was a partnership stuff that was done through staff delegation, and that was the intent of it this time. All of those kind of things. But the options would give the appropriate decision-making framework for each of them. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. At the risk of not overcomplicating this process has been led by the board. The board has led the development of the pool. One of the options that we would come back with is that the EV chargers are delivered out of the project budget, but with the blessing of the board. There's scope to do that. We've had a discussion with the chair of the steering group, and that's possible. We would just like to discuss that with the board to make sure we're fitting in the right equipment, and we could do that within the project budget.
Given that all we're doing is asking for a report to come back to a community board.
All it is it's report on options.
It really is quite simple.
I don't want to spend a heap of time. You know, I mean, the questions are valid, but the report will come, it'll say what it says, it'll be dealt with how it's dealt with. It's a matter that's already in train anyway. I don't want to spend a heap of time on it this morning. Pauline. Okay. All right, good. Jake.
If we're in debate, I'm happy to put a closure motion and just vote on this.
All right, so, well, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Are there further, there are no further questions on this?
So one of the options could be from that report is to come back to the Sustainability and Resilience Committee if it needed a council decision.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that could come on the 25th, right? Because all the work will
Well,
be done on the 18th.
we've got the resolution in front of us. Staff are already doing some work on it. You'll get a report to your board on the 18th of August. Wherever it goes from there, it goes from there. But that's a debate for that day, not for today. Yep. All right, great. So we've now. So are the mover and seconder happy for this to be included in the motion,
Yes,
or do we need to deal with it as amendment?
I'm happy.
Mike? Yep. All right. So we'll just include that in the motion. Is there any debate? Yanni?
This is what really frustrates our residents. When we set budgets, we make a decision like in the LTP, and then we have these most complicated, convoluted processes to do what seems very, very sensible. So, you know, apologies for the complication today, but this was the advice was sought on the July 22nd, and it still hasn't come back. You know, this should just be a no-brainer. We've got a budget, we've got a whole EV charging strategy that we've got as a council, and why wouldn't we use a budget that we've set up, especially for this purpose, rather than using it to help private landowners put in EV charging stations, but not do it on our own facilities? So, you know, I just think, you know, I certainly would never have supported that budget if I'd known that this was going to preclude council being able to put it into our own projects, because it seems inherently sensible to me that when we're building a facility, to do it at the same time rather than come back later is much more cost efficient and effective. So I hope people support this. Originally I was told it would come back on the 6th of October, which is 5 days after the pool had opened, which just seemed crazy. So I'm glad we can get some priority to this. It is a sensible thing to do, and I look forward to it happening.
Thank you. Mike? No? All right. Tim?
Yeah, look, thank you. I think what frustrates our residents as well, our ratepayers, is that when promises are made that can't be fulfilled. We have a process with regards to the EV, and I totally support the EV charging process, but I'm not supporting this today because I don't believe this is the right process. There are black holes with regards to EV charging throughout Christchurch and throughout cities in New Zealand. It's kind of new and we're getting into it, but there's a process, and so to kind of support one over another without actually looking at the whole picture and the whole strategy and what we're trying to achieve, I think is ridiculous. And so I will not be supporting this motion today.
I'll put the two motions separately. So I'll put the first one, receiving the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. And I'll put the second one, which is this new wording that we've just been talking about in the last few minutes. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. So the noes. So 3 people against. So Scanderett, Cowan and Davidson. And that's carried. Thank you very much indeed. I will now move that we exclude the public, and I'll just explain what's going to happen next. We're going to exclude the public. We're going to take a 15-minute morning tea break. We're going to quickly deal with the public excluded items, and then we'll come back out of public excluded, and then we'll deal with the living wage report. So I wouldn't imagine the public excluded items would take more than about 15 or so minutes. So a 15-minute morning tea break plus maybe 10 or 15 minutes to deal with the public excluded. When we come back into open agenda, it'll be to deal with the living wage report. So I'll move that we exclude the public for the reasons set out in the report. Pauline, you will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. We'll now adjourn for 15 minutes, so we'll come back at 11:35 and we'll start promptly at 11:35. Thank you. wage. We're just waiting for the live stream to come back up and for people to take their seats, and then we'll get straight into it.
I can't see Jen at all. She's on her way. Are you sure? Oh, she's there.
Okay, so we will start with any comments from staff, and then we'll move to questions. Then I've got a resolution which I've already received an indication from Jake that he will move and Sarah that she will second, which is an iteration of option 2. If there was any foreshadowed motion that anybody wanted to move at that time, obviously that's something that we could deal with, and then that'll begin to shape up the debate.
Andrew, can I just, to make it easy, signal I'll just foreshadow the staff motion?
Okay, so we've got the Jake's motion that's going to be seconded by Sarah, and then Sam, you're foreshadowing that in the event that that's lost, you would move the staff recommendation. All right. That's fine. That gives us a bit of structure. So any introductory remarks on the report from staff, and then we'll move into questions. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Just to give you a quick background, and I will make it brief because I know that the paper pretty much explains everything I feel like you need to be aware of. And obviously we had the previous briefing. We've done a significant amount of engagement with our supply base. The last time was in May. We engaged all of our suppliers. We also went out to open engagement, so any supplier, even if they were not actually providing services at this time to council, could respond. We followed that up with our regular and ongoing suppliers specifically to make sure they did respond so we could get that information, because obviously it's critical we understand their position. That was in line with our significance and engagement policy, of course. We had a mix of SMEs, local and larger suppliers respond to us. Their general feedback really came around in two ways. We had the impacts and risks, and we also had the opportunities. So in terms of impacts and risks, really the key things that came out as a concern from them would be around the relativity and the cost of relativity to implement living wage. Their complexity for them around negotiating their collective agreements with the unions. Their work was concerned around winning work and the ability to be competitive and win work and be precluded if they were not paying the living wage. And they also had concerns around how we would perform due diligence to ensure, if we were to go ahead with this, that suppliers we had regular and ongoing would in fact pay the living wage. The positive opportunities that our supply base gave us was really around positive impact on winning work, so essentially the opposite to what I've just said, but some suppliers felt that would be a positive impact for them. Retaining staff, attracting good and new competent staff, skilled or unskilled, and the positive mental health benefits and increased positivity that they may get from their employees that are in that position. We also spoke to central government and some of the councils to understand what they've done, what they're going to do. In terms of central government, we understand they are looking at other options around living wage and what they would like to implement, so we know there's movement there and things are happening in that space. And other councils have told us that they basically have done almost the same analysis that we have done in the same way with the same assumptions. And actually, the work that they've done and the implementations that they've made, it hasn't in fact cost them what they anticipated it would cost them. There has been a cost, but it's not been quite the impact they evaluated it to be. In terms of the numbers, I think there's some clarity we'd like to put around that. I'll hand over to Leah.
Sure, thanks. So I'm just going to wanted to clarify today some comments were made around the 2% increase on rates. I just wanted to clarify that for you. Sam, can you just pop up that thing? So I'm not going to talk about what the 17.3 million is made up of. Rebecca will cover that shortly. But just to clarify for everybody here about actually how we calculate what the rates impact is. You can see here the bottom line here is the assumed increased spend, which is assuming the increase each year and the impact of that. And you can see the annual increase model is like for 22, we're saying that if there was a 778,000 increase, it's a 0.4%. The 2% is the cumulative over that period. Okay. The comments today was that it was a 0.346 rates increase. That's actually an annual, which is it compares to what we've got on average about 0.2. You've actually got to do it over the 10-year period. That is why this is pure OPEX. It's a cumulative total. Once you increase wages, they go up. Okay, so I just wanted to be very clear about how that is, so we're making sure we're comparing apples with apples. What we will now do is I'll hand over to Rebecca to talk about the 17.3.
Hi, so as previously mentioned, we went out to our suppliers twice, asked them to provide us with numbers on what they estimated the cost to implement living wage would be. Based on those numbers and a 95% year-on-year increase in living wage, we estimated the 10-year cost to be $17.3 million. We then went to our suppliers and asked them if the cost that they provided us included any offset for minimum wage increases, and the answer to that was no. We've included attachment D in the report based on minimum wage increase over a 10-year period, that these costs at some level are likely to offset the the living wage increases. However, we don't know what the minimum wage increase is going to be year on year for 10 years. So the table we've provided is indicative with a range from 1.5% to 3.5%, and then showing the difference between the minimum wage cost and the living wage cost over that 10-year period.
So in terms of, just to conclude, the staff recommendation really was around about sending a clear message to every single supplier, not just regular and ongoing, not just specific cleaning, security, but to all of our suppliers. And it was to really impact the way they thought about their tendering and to really drive that impact and have that positive influence on hearts and minds and push us in the right direction. But of course, whatever council decides today, we are ready to draft an implementation plan and work with living wage to be able to attain that accreditation if you choose to do so.
Excellent, thank you very much. So nothing further from staff by way of commentary on the report or by way of introduction. So now let's move to questions. Sarah.
Thanks so much for that clarification over the marginal cost between the minimum and the living wage. I think it's a really important piece of information, and while we can't know exactly what the living wage will be over time, and we can't know exactly, that's kind of the best information we will have. So can I just get this straight from that table on page 204 of our agenda? It's got the, if we took the expected or potential minimum wage increases, which we would have to pay anyway, off the potential expected living wage ones, we're looking at a range between 1 and 3 million over 10 years and a range of 0.12 and 0.33% cumulative impact on rates.
Correct.
That's right. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for that clarification. Further questions? Jimmy.
You look at the option 2, assumptions. How long will the council will undertake those amendments of our council's procurement rules? How long?
To amend and update the documentation, we believe working with legal services, because we would need to amend our contracts as well, could take up to the 1st of October to implement. In terms of when living wage then takes effect, we would implement that every time a contract comes up that is in that living wage space.
But currently, all the supply, existing supply, you mean October?
The current suppliers would be every time the contract comes up for renewal, which could be over a 3-year period. So we've got several contracts that are regular and ongoing. As soon as they come up for renewal, will be negotiated in living wage, if that's what you choose to do.
Second question is the attachment D. I'm not sure. I couldn't see how many existing council supply, particular focus on the cleaning and the security one. Those ones, they already impact the minimum living wage or not.
It didn't take into account.
No, this is just all the regular and ongoing. Cleaning and security, I think, was estimated at worst case.
There's a living wage already, am I right? We take living wage already for those cleaner.
Oh, no,
No, not yet. Did it?
not all.
I
Bruce
might
has
be able
got-
to help.
Yeah. That's
Councillor.
one. Yeah.
So for our security services, 2 out of 3 providers already pay the living wage.
Yes.
The third one doesn't. For our cleaning, we have 2 major ones. One does, one doesn't, but they do pay the Mecca collective rate, which is above the minimum wage. There's a couple. There's one smaller franchisee, which we're still trying to find out exactly where they pay.
Okay, if that's true, I mean, the total $14 million, that's exclude those already, like living wage or not? $14 million, because based on your figure here.
That was the figure that we were given from the suppliers who were saying they are not already paying it.
Not yet, okay. Exclude those already. Thank you.
All right, so Jimmy, that's yours done. So I've got Jake and then Melanie. Jake. All right, Melanie.
It's the same question I asked earlier about small and medium businesses, because pretty much the report sort of suggests that small to medium businesses and local suppliers would be more affected by having to pay a living wage than maybe larger businesses. What's the evidence for that?
The evidence really is the discussions that we've had and the survey results we've got back. There's no hard and fast analysis of it that we could pull on. It was based on the discussions we had with them in terms of what they felt might be a challenge or a concern for them. So again, it's based on their opinion of if we were to do it, not necessarily they've experienced it and they know that's definitely what's happened.
Okay. And the second question is, and you might not be able to answer this, but it's been mentioned that staff in the library, some of them shelving, is still on minimum wage. Does anyone know about that?
Is this direct council staff?
I don't know.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hello. There are currently 30 employees at the council who are paid less than the current living wage rate, and those wage rates are subject currently to negotiation with the PSA. That's the situation.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions? Yanni.
Thank you. Was just interested to understand, I guess, a little bit about the relationship and the risk around us contracting in services versus just direct employment. So, yeah, what consideration have you given as part of the living wage to bringing people in as direct employees of council rather than using the contracted out model, and what that means in terms of remuneration?
We haven't done an assessment on what would happen if we were to bring in services.
I might be best to answer that, Councillor. Firstly, I'm not sure that it actually directly relates to the decision in front of you today, but more broadly, we do service reviews frequently about the best model to deliver services, and that is one of the considerations that we put in place at each time we do those reviews.
Yeah, I guess that's why I was interested in understanding is if it would be easier to implement the living wage if we directly employed instead of contracted in the services, and whether there was any more cost-efficient ways of giving people a living wage by going to direct employment rather than contracting.
I think in terms of the challenges for living wage, they're not going to be too dissimilar. And I think Prue could probably talk to.
We haven't done that analysis.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any further questions?
Just sorry, I just had
Yep,
one more. In our report, it talks about it in terms of the time frame being 2014. It's just got the council resolutions. It was my understanding that there was a deputation in 2013 that did generate the initial work happening, but that's not. I couldn't see where that was recorded in here. So that's just under 3.1. So I just wonder if I guess part of the interest for asking the question is that a lot of this work we've requested before, and it's just not recorded from 2013.
Well, I pulled all the what was resolved essentially that I could find into the paper. So I don't know how that was recorded in 2013. It might not be that I've...
It may well be that there was a difference between
that's
participation in a
Yes.
meeting and an actual resolution.
Yeah, I see.
All right. Any further questions? Excellent. All right. So we've got, so Jake, we've got this resolution in front of us, which is something that you've worked with staff to craft, and I'll get you to speak to it when we move into debate in just a moment. Now, Sarah, you're happy to second this? Yep. Excellent. So moved by Jake, seconded by Sarah. The resolution that's in front of us. No further questions. So now we'll, Sarah, yep.
Just going to quickly ask whether it would be easier to have the reporting back to F&P rather than during the annual plan when we focused on other stuff. So just request staff to report on the cost impact and supply compliance to finance and performance.
We could actually say to finance and performance and as part of the annual plan process if you wanted.
Well,
or just to finance and
FMP
performance.
because it doesn't really need...
So Jake, would you be happy with that change?
Doesn't need to be part of the annual plan.
As mover and seconder, you can agree to a change, that's fine. Yeah.
I just, if it just goes to F&P, we can have it mid-term, it can be part-way through. Just, regular ongoing.
It means it's more iterative, which is good.
Yeah.
Request staff to report on the cost, impact and supply compliance to finance and performance.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
fine.
That works for staff? Yep, excellent. Yanni, this is another question?
Yeah, sorry, I meant to ask this before, but is there a way that we can make the rates increase cost neutral by dealing with the top salaries being reduced or by not going up as much to offset the cost of paying the living wage? I mean, some of our deputations did raise that concern, and so just there has been calls in the past around looking at a fixed dollar amount for increases rather than percentage increases, but I just wondered what work had been done in that space.
I'll allow the question, but it's kind of different than the substantive matter we're dealing with today.
To answer it from an absolute procurement perspective, because this is what we're talking about, we will go into negotiations with our suppliers, and we will do those negotiations. How they choose to give us the prices back and how that's made up will be up to them, and we don't have an influence on it.
So, done with questions, moved and seconded. So, Jake, I'll get you to open the debate, and then I'll give you the opportunity to close the debate at the end if you choose to.
Sure.
Thank you.
I won't take my full time. I just wanted to say that this is yet another momentous occasion, paying a living wage. In my view, that journey's taken much too long. I think we were first discussing this in 2013, but now we're getting to a point where we can say that if you work either for council itself or whether you work for one of our contractors, if your livelihood is dependent on the people of Christchurch, collectively we will now ensure that you have a dignified life. We have the privilege of sitting here week in, week out and making important decisions on behalf of the people of Christchurch, but today we get to make an important decision in the lives of some of the people in Christchurch.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yeah, I'll be brief as well, but we have been working on this for a very long time, and we have been a bit slow on it and been now surpassed by Wellington and Dunedin. However, as Jake said, the work we're doing today and the milestone we're achieving today is significant for our people, but I'd also like to acknowledge the work of Councillor Phil Clearwater last term, because he pushed this very, very hard, and because of that we're where we are today. So, and having implemented our own living wage for our own staff in 2017 was an incredible step for us as well. As somebody said just previously in the deputation, our most important assets is our people, and we need to look after people. And for me, to have comfort that a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, you take the money home, it's enough to feed your family, is so important. It's a real privilege to be able to be voting in support of this today.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, so a couple of things on this. Firstly, it might have been a good idea if it was a trial to dispel some of the myths and rumours that go around paying the living wage. Might have been a good idea as well. But it's not, but it is what it is. Two aspects of the living wage I wanted to speak to. One is that was raised in the deputations, the term trickle-down effect. I always found that really odd, because generally it's only people with money that save it. Apparently only 5% of the population save money. I grew up in neighbourhoods where I saw the trickle-up effect, and it's majority of people spend all the money they earn. So that has a triple-up effect. They spend money at the local cafe, they can buy a new T-shirt, they can go to the movies, do whatever. So it's not the way round that people think the economy works. So people at the bottom end of the payment scale, when they get more money, the whole economy does better. So there's some bonuses to be had there. And the other one is around, we often hear debates, especially from politicians, not so much at this table, but politicians that talk about when they were at university or whatever, they were a cleaner, or they worked in hospo for a while, they did some dishes for a few months. And they did their hard yards, and everyone does those low-paid jobs for a while. Well, I want to speak about the people that don't do it for a while. There's people in our society that actually choose to be a cleaner for their entire life. And I know people like that, and they clean at the hospital and they clean in other places. And they see their job as really, really important. And as a society, we should see their job as really, really important, because they will, for their entire career, do a job that most people won't do. And that should be valued in a society that values people. So as we make that decision today, let's think of those people that do those jobs. And if anyone wants me to bring in photos of what some of those cleaners clean up, more than happy to do so.
Sam. Yeah, thank you. So I won't be supporting Jake's motion, but I've foreshadowed the staff recommendation. And it's not to say that people shouldn't be paid fairly. Absolutely, people should be paid fairly. But I actually think the team have done a really good job in terms of sending a signal to the market that we want more consideration of it. And I do worry that this may hamstring us. In a sense, it could be a bit of an issue long term in terms of, I guess, those additional costs. I think the staff had struck a really good balance that ultimately, would get to that good outcome. But I think probably the main point about this, and it's something that I think should be raised with central government, is the alignment between the minimum wage and the living wage. And I mean, we will all know, because we've had briefings on it time and time again, this would be so much easier if they were aligned, because quite frankly, we wouldn't need to go through this. Our contracts would automatically adjust. So I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that actually we potentially, by going down this path, are adding another layer to this whole sort of mix, when ultimately central government could very clearly fix this in one swoop. So I do worry that we are going down the wrong path, hence the foreshadowed motion.
Thank you. Jimmy.
Thank you. Yeah. Today we listen to the two groups make the deputation. They particularly emphasize we need to value and respect their work. Every work is should be so respecting, because even we every day we meet our in council office the cleaner, and also in our basement we meet the security guard. But I just don't know, why the job description they are their wage is the minimum wage rather than the living wage. I still don't know why, And also some other council they already done this one. Actually, this one. Also, to give the people more kind of confidence, more reduce their stress. If they couldn't doing the job, they couldn't, to pay the bill, couldn't look after their kids. How come, they can provide their productivity? That's impossible. You give them living wage, at least, they can resolve this problem, even can improve their productivity. Also, this kind of living, the gap, this one actually is a disposable income. They can consume, in the supermarket or to meet the daily basis, their necessity. Actually, it's contributed to the local the economy and the increase those well-being. We always emphasize, improve those well-being, particularly in our resilient community well-being. But where about? I think this way we practical. Last one, we also need to give those supply, those potential the tender. You should look after the staff. Then they will give the feedback more the positivity, more improve their productivity. So that's my view. So I support this one.
Thank you. Melanie.
We've heard before, to strive for a living wage for all households is a necessary and important step in the reduction of poverty in New Zealand, and it's something that we can do as a council, and we will do today to set high standards and lead as an example. And some of this wording I stole from Koa this morning. And they talked about that we should be founded on a philosophy of public service, and I think that we actually do all believe that. What concerns me about the report, and I know it came from small and medium businesses that talked about it, and finding it might be difficult. Like in my experience with small businesses, I don't actually think that the living wage is an issue, because when you run a small business, you're close to the people that work for you. So I think it's actually business that we have to be worried about. But I'm very, very supportive of this today, and I'm very, very pleased that we're going down this path. And like Jake said, it's taken too long.
Anne.
Kia ora, and thank you for the work that's been done, and to bring this to us, and also to remind us of why we're needing to do this today, because there always seems to be reasons not to do this. And I'm sure that if we go back to 2013, when I think it was Millie the cleaner came and talked to council, I'm sure that we've gone through the reasons over and over again. So it's time. In fact, when we think about the raising the rents the rent price increase, the food increase, we're almost not talking about a living wage. We're actually talking about a surviving wage. And I think we've got to do something here to lead the way, as Mel has said, to show our community that we really value the people that do the work that Aaron's talked about, that are often not seen. Our social workers in schools have reported that when clients and families' basic needs of housing, food and warmth through proper clothing and shoes are met, the majority of children's effective engagement in school activities rises with positive outcomes for their learning. Also, we want to be a city of opportunity. This addresses inequity, and our vision as a city is Otatahi is a city of opportunity for all. Inequalities undermine social cohesion and have been shown to have negative consequences, including for life expectancy and health, educational performance and employment, crime in our social fabric, and cultural and civic participation. Inequality also significantly inhibits economic growth. There is a cost to inequality. There is a cost to inequity. So today I'm very supportive of what Jake's brought to us in this motion, and I do believe we need to be accredited also, because it's like a badge that we are wearing to say we care about our community and we want the best for them. So I will be supporting this motion today.
Sarah.
Kia ora koutou. Today's vote on the living wage should be an easy one, so I'll keep this brief. We've learned it for a long time, but last year COVID-19 highlighted the value of the work that our essential workers play and the awful disparity in their actual pay. The minimum wage will increase over time, so it's the difference between this and the living wage that counts for today's decision. For the price of around 200 grey plastic seats, we can pay our cleaners and security guards, those who maintain our hundreds of parks and our water networks, a fair wage, one where they have a chance to save up and buy a ticket to see Adele in the new arena. And for those who are concerned about being hamstrung by costs, I draw your attention to item 29, which identifies for every option a potential and uncertain additional $10 to $30 million if other unallowed for or unanticipated risks materialise. And I hope you're just as conservative there. Thank you.
Phil.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to support Jake here. I don't like our procurement weighting system. I think it's clunky, and there's things in there that aren't right. But some people haven't got the opportunity to go to a higher paid job, and if we can do something that helps them the quality of life just by giving them a few more bob, It's the least we can do. Thank you.
Yanni.
Thank you. For those of us that were here in 2013, when we first heard from a cleaner from our airport, I think this is a significant day, and we should just reflect on what we were told then, which was from in the media from the managing director of OCS, that we work out pay based on a worker's skills and what they do, balanced against what our customers are prepared to pay. I think it is utterly shameful and disgraceful that we've taken nearly 10 years to be prepared to pay a living wage to our cleaners and our security guards and the people that do the hard work on the ground to keep us safe and to keep us from getting ill, especially in the COVID-19 environment. We were prepared to pay a number of our chief executives close to $1 million a year when COVID-19 hit without any reduction. And yet we haven't been prepared to pay the poorest people in our society a living wage for nearly 10 years. That is shameful and disgraceful. Today is the day that we make that right. Today is the day that I believe we can actually do good to what we say in terms of treating people with respect, valuing people in our society and in our city, and we have direct influence over it. We still have a gap, and that is that our CCHL companies who contract out should also be being required to pay a living wage, and the sooner that happens, the better. It has been left for far too long when we're prepared to pay the people at the top obscene amounts of money while the people at the bottom get the lowest crumbs that are left over, and we're still having a debate about the cost of doing that. So I strongly support this option today. I want to acknowledge all the people who have come forward over the past decade to support the living wage principle. And just want to finish with saying it's not actually just about what we pay people, it's also about how we treat people when we employ them. And so let's never forget that yes, pay is important, remuneration is important, it's also how we treat the people that do this work in our city. And I think today we have the ability to send a signal that we're going to treat them with decency and respect to enable them to have a decent quality of life with themselves and their families going forward if we agree to this. So I strongly support this and I encourage all councillors to do the same.
Thank you. This is about self-worth, it's about respect, it's about the way we value people, it's about equity, it's about just reward, it's about meaningful pay. This is actually something that will make a huge difference to the people that will be affected by this decision today. This is actually about the kind of city we are and the way that we value the people that live here and work here. This is our opportunity today to show leadership, to lead by example, and to hope that that gets picked up by other organisations around the city and around the country. Leadership is about taking a clear and decisive position on such an important matter. It isn't about tinkering around the edges with details and weightings in our procurement policy. So this is about the way that we value people's role in society, people's ability to participate fully, not only as workers, but as family members, as community members, as meaningful members of our society that can enjoy a full and active life in our great city. So for me, like the comments that others have made, this is the end of, or maybe even just a stage in fact, a long journey. A journey that started back in 2013 with that very powerful deputation that we heard, and a very important stage in that journey today as we finally do the right thing. We value the people that will really benefit from this decision, and we will all benefit as people in this city from making this right decision today. So I actually think it's important when this passes, and looking at the numbers around the table, I think it's fair to say it will be when this passes. This is something we should really celebrate as an achievement. A lot of work has gone into this by colleagues past and colleagues present, and I'd also like to acknowledge the role that the living wage movement have played with their perseverance over many years as well. Jake, I'll come back to you to close the debate.
That's been a really smooth debate, and I'm certainly not one to restate points, but one thing I did want to say is it may have been missed in this resolution, is this will also see us seek accreditation and become a living wage accredited employer, which I think will be a fantastic thing for this council, and I actually think that people can say it's just a badge. It's not just a badge, it's a quality assurance, and actually we should be very proud of that badge, and I want to see that sticker on our building windows. I also wanted to acknowledge Yanni and Aaron, who have been here for, some would say too long, but no doubt they've been here for a very, very long time, and I know that their heart is really in this issue, and I really respect that all the countless hours of fighting and really pushing this issue. If it wasn't for you two in particular, I don't think we would be kind of where we are now. So I also just wanted to say that this is the right thing, and we talk a lot about community in this place, but actually one of the most powerful ways we can engage people in community is through actions like the action we're about to take. So, yep, the promises come due, overdue in fact, and now's the time to get on and do this.
So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. If we can have a division, please.
Councillor Galloway? Yes. Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor McLennan?
Aye.
Councillor Major?
Yep.
Councillor Goff? No. Councillor McDonald? No. Councillor Keown?
Yes.
Councillor Cotter?
Aye.
Councillor Davidson?
Aye.
Councillor Scundrett?
Aye.
Councillor Chu?
No.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton?
Aye.
And Councillor Chen?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 for yes and 3 noes.
So that's carried. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to 4 minutes to 1. So I'll now adjourn the meeting until 2 o'clock, when the Mayor will be in the chair for the notice of motion on the multi-use arena. So I'll adjourn until 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. I thought I would begin by welcoming everyone who has come here today or who is watching by live stream. I wanted to explain the procedure for today as we make a decision on the next stage of developing the last of the anchor projects which were revealed to the City in 2012 as part of what was known as the Blueprint. Developed in 100 days to mirror the 100 days it took to build a temporary stadium, the City has waited a long time for this last of the projects. Today is about restoring certainty and confidence. We are here to vote on a notice of motion, which I will say is a process that was designed to give notice to the Council and its advisors so that we can prepare ourselves for making a good decision based on sound advice. Unfortunately, when we last considered this, we had no notice of the amendment that we are essentially reconsidering today. I hope that's a lesson to us all about the importance of no surprises. I'm hoping that there will be no more today. I'm not expecting any. Today we have the advice that we need to make a decision, bearing in mind the costs are all based on estimates. I want to acknowledge all of those who have provided support to the response team that was set up when the budget estimates forced a review of the scale and budget for the project. I want to thank the key user groups, the stakeholders. It actually doesn't matter what you're called, your support has been utterly invaluable. I want to also acknowledge all of the people who've come to make presentations today, and all those who've sent emails and signed the online petition. It doesn't matter what number is used, $50 million is a lot to put on a budget after a long-term plan has just been signed off. There are people in this room and outside this room who have formed very strong views on this issue. And all I ask for today from everyone is that we play the ball and not the player, and that everyone is treated with respect. When we come to a decision today, we can then get on with giving this city an arena that is without parallel in Aotearoa and reinstate us as the undeniable sporting capital of New Zealand with the best concert venue we have seen. We will hear from the people using the public participation provisions first. We will then receive the petition and then we will move to the notice of motion. Staff will present their advice. We have B6 Watpac, Venues Otautahi, Christchurch NZ, all available to answer questions. We will then move to debate, and I should note that I'm anticipating a foreshadowed motion that I will deal with if required. So, on with the presentation, and I'd like to invite Annabelle Turley on behalf of the Central City Business Association to make the first of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me today. So when the news came out about having the arena only seating 25,000 people, we had an overwhelming response from our members about how they felt pretty much ripped off. Because as you know, in the blueprint, the original arena was supposed to be 35,000 plus 4,300 temporary seats. And that was when most of our members had either built buildings or signed leases. So we thought we should do a survey to find out actually, was it just those people who had loud opinions that we were hearing from, or is it something that we found across our wide membership base? So we sent out a MailChimp survey to our members, and we got such overwhelming response that we actually had to increase our subscription to this because we had never heard so much feedback, so that's great. Unfortunately, only 52% of them opened the email, and you probably are aware that often with these MailChimp surveys, they go to people's junk or spam folders. So I think that's probably why we had a lower open rate. But of that open rate, 87% of the people actually answered the survey, so they really wanted to tell us what they thought, so we could tell you guys what they think. So nearly half of those that answered the survey actually invested based on the plans for the multi-use arena. So back in 2019, our current membership, we had 86% of our members were members then. So that is probably why we, I think, had a lower number. Personally, for my business, a pharmacy, people think, well, that won't really matter. But talking to colleagues in Dunedin, when they had pink, it was like Boxing Day sales on steroids. They had to take extra staff from student job search just to check people out at the counter. So that's the sort of thing that we are potentially going to miss out on if we have a short-sighted stadium seating. So I think that that's really important. And also, like, when, for example, I worked the Easter that Ed Sheeran played in Dunedin, City Mall was probably the quietest I've ever seen it. So that it's not just about the people coming to the city, it's about the people who exit the city when there's something on in Dunedin. And as we are the gateway to the South Island, we really actually need to be better than Dunedin. Over 90% of our respondents did not agree with reducing the seating capacity from 30,000 to 25,000. We do realise that this probably wasn't the best question. We should have actually said from 35,000 to 25,000 because, like I said, in the blueprint, the seating capacity was the 35,000 plus those temporary seats. And since we put this out to the members, I've had overwhelming number of people come and talk to me in the pharmacy about it and how it's so important for them. So I think it's very important for all sorts of people, not just business people. Our members, over 90% of them would like our neighbouring councils to help fund and to operate the multi-use arena, because we are all part of Greater Christchurch and we're all going to benefit from this. Over 90% thought that the reduction in the seating capacity was short-sighted. We are New Zealand's biggest city. We're predicted to grow to over 700,000 people in the next 30 years. So this is actually at least a 50-year or more asset. So we really don't want to shortchange our children and grandchildren of an amazing arena. We've got an amazing location for it, so we've really got to think about the whole big picture. 83% think that the council should cut spending in other areas to provide for those 30,000 seats, so they do think it's very, very important. We think that the decision shouldn't be political. It needs to be about Christchurch. We really need to make sure that we are building the best fit for purpose stadium for Christchurch. We all know that we are a world-class city, so we do need that world-class stadium.
Thank you, and that's perfectly timed, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Sean Stockman on behalf of the Stockman Group, KPI Rothschild and CBD tenants. Thank you, Sean. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The 2010-2011 earthquake saw the city decimated right the way through. The blueprint followed 18 months later as part of the Greater Recovery Plan for Christchurch. It was bold, and it gave us all the investors, it gave us all confidence to actually reinvest in Christchurch and go again. A lot of us took our money to Auckland, which we're all aware of. That's not good for the city. The anchor projects also gave our tenants confidence to re-sign leases because they knew what was coming, albeit we thought sooner. What is now known as Salt District, which is east of Manchester and south of Lichfield, prior to the quakes, many of you recall, this area had had a renaissance that started in the early 90s, and by the time of the quakes we had lanes, cafes, boutique shops, and we had apartments, which was the high power apartments in the main. But the area was really cool. The quakes really slammed it. In addition to that, the blueprint took a lot of land from Salt District, which was land for housing and, of course, the multi-use arena. The effect of this to date, in my view, has had a social, cultural and hyperlocal economic impact on the whole area, and continues to do so today. We've got a lot of tenants in that area, including office tenants, about 150 odd of them. I'm in regular contact with them on how they're going. Of course, when the housing is completed and a fit-for-purpose multi-use arena, hopefully it'll turn this for the Salt District and benefit the city. The area has been really slow to develop, and if you add up who's actually done the development in the area, there's actually 6 people. Those same 6 people and their tenants, when they made that decision to develop, were told that we'd have a 35,000 seat facility by 2017. It's now 2021. It's long overdue. A lot of owners in that area haven't developed, and when you talk to them, they're happy to sit on their land and wait for something to happen, but they're waiting for the arena, and a successful arena. They won't do anything without it. I don't believe that a 25,000 seat facility will cut the cake. We're going to miss medium and larger concerts. We are the second largest city in New Zealand, and a 25,000 seat facility is really a provincial type arrangement. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the weekend that Ed Sheeran was in Dunedin, the revenue into the city was 40 million. Based on my stats, my view is, or based on stats that I've read, we need a minimum 30,000 seat facility with the ability to add an additional 5,000 to 6,000 seats when required. Canterbury is and will continue to grow. It is finally growing. We have a great city in the making, flat land for housing, close proximity to beaches, skiing and international airports, right at our doorstep. I urge you today, as the people making a decision on our future, to take a long-term view and not to sell us short. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We've got a minute, so Yanni.
Thank you. A lot of people have commented on the positive benefit of Forsyth Bar in Dunedin and about the quantum of seats. I was just interested in how important is the stadium located where it's currently proposed versus, say, Lancaster Park? Like, if we had an option to build 35,000 seats back at Lancaster Park, do you think you'd still get the same benefits that you're thinking that you would get?
No, I don't. No. The close proximity to the CBD adds a lot of benefits. Where Lancaster Park, it's a bit disjointed out there.
Right.
Compared to the CBD, I think it's away from the CBD. There needs to be more activity and more activation around the CBD, which the Metro Sports will do that, Tapai will do that, and the additional hotels will all do that. But we really need people.
Yeah.
In that close proximity to actually build a vibrant city, you need people.
You're really seeing it as one of the suite of venues, and it's what it contributes to the whole that makes the difference.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Look, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank
much
you.
appreciated. Peter Morrison on behalf of Hospitality New Zealand.
Thank you very much. We've also got our regional manager here, Nikki Rogers, and Michael Patterson, a lot of you will know, is the vice president of our association as well. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. In the Greater Canterbury area, we represent 510 members, and they are all fully supportive of our stance. We are here to advocate for at least a 30,000 permanent seat, high-spec stadium with the concourse to enable us to attract and confirm international music and sports events and tournaments. This will certainly help cement Christchurch as a desirable place to live and consequently attract more businesses to base themselves here and more residents to live here. This obviously means more ratepayers, and this helps offset the increased costs of the additional seats. This is in addition to extra revenue these larger events will generate for the local economy. Councillors, we entirely sympathise with you that you were asked to make your original decision without the latest facts. You now have more fantastic facts around how the $50 million price difference can also be met. I want you all to remember that you will own Christchurch International Airport. That is a vital asset in your Christchurch Holdings company. It relies on getting more persons through its gates. You also own Lyttelton Port, that is forward-thinking, allowing for bigger ships and a new cruise wharf. You and Otakaro have spent billions to revitalise our city. You have both given us the following first-class facilities: the Margaret Mayhew Playground, Tiranga, our public library, Te Pai Convention Centre opening in 2 months' time, Parakori Recreation and Sports Centre opening at the end of 2022, and the Hagley Cricket Oval, all first class and future-proofed for the city's next 50 to 80 years. Yesterday, Hospitality New Zealand sponsored the Grand National Hurdles at Riccarton Racecourse. They have just heavily invested tens of millions in an all-weather track for the South Island. Again, future-proofed. A 25,000-seat stadium will sadly not be in that league. We will not be able to compete with other New Zealand venues. Sadly, there appears to be little vision in this whole country when it comes to governments and councils. They are reactionary, not progressive in their thinking. Sure, it costs money when it comes to building for the future, but remember, it will never get any cheaper than it is today. Councillors, these are exceptional times and demands exceptional leadership by you all. To those of you voted to reduce the stadium size, please show the leadership that is so drastically needed. Do not be afraid to change your view and your vote. This is your chance to leave a legacy for the city. Do it once and do it right. And Michael's going to carry on.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Michael Patterson from the Commodore Hotel, and I'm a member of the Executive of Hospitality New Zealand and a board member of the Hotel Council of Aotearoa. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Hotels of Christchurch. Our community truly deserves a high-quality 30,000-seat multi-purpose stadium. What we build today is what we will have for 50-plus years. It is a long-term investment that is not being built for our enjoyment, but for our mokopuna. We really need to invest in their futures. Even for just a few capacity events a year, the economic impact on the city will be huge. The regional benefit from a larger stadium means no Cantabrians leaving to spend their money in other regions, plus the boost that visitors bring to our local economy. Visitors are estimated to spend 4 to 5 times more than locals on these occasions. So it is essential we have a stadium big enough to capture the economic benefit. Here are a couple of examples. When the Lions toured New Zealand in 2017, it is estimated the economic benefit to the country was nearly $200 million, of which Auckland received in excess of $100 million, Wellington $30 million, and Canterbury, given that we just got a midweek provincial game, was a figure well under 10 million. And this is from a PwC economic report. The province we live in deserves better. When Ed Sheeran skipped Christchurch to perform in Dunedin, it's better stadium, the economic benefit to that city was estimated at 38 million. I know Sean said 40, but this report says 38. Fueled by an influx of 30,000 Cantabrians. Their gain was our loss. It's not a coincidence that Christchurch Airport's biggest days have been when Cantabrians have left for concerts in Auckland and Dunedin. We have missed out on these types of events for 10 years, and as councillors, you now have the opportunity of saying, no more, enough's enough. Success breeds success, and we want to be the best in New Zealand and be known for having the very best quality stadium. We, the people of Canterbury, urge you to amend your vote and secure a 30,000-seat, highly spec'd, multi-purpose arena for the enjoyment of this generation and the generations to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also perfectly timed. So the next one is Lyndon Boyce.
I'm going to pass on this opportunity to speak today. I only speak for myself, where I think we've got more people here that speak for a larger group. What I have to say is being said by all of Christchurch, and I just hope people are listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brendan Blackmore.
I was told that somebody would be able to distribute a report. Is that possible?
Yes.
So, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak at this meeting. I'm here today in support of the largest stadium capacity and would hope that I can be of assistance in helping you make that decision. Please excuse me if I am just reading from my notes, but I simply want to articulate as many points as I can in the time available. Just to give you some background, I'm a professional quantity surveyor. I've been in the industry for just over 30 years and have worked predominantly in medium-sized commercial construction. And before you discount what I have to say on the basis of me not having worked on a project of this size, I can assure you that the principles of estimation, no matter the size of the project, remain the same. And it's these principles that rang alarm bells for me when I heard the estimate of 88 million being floated as the additional cost of 5,000 seats. It only took some quick calculations to understand that this was incorrect and the elected members were being given poor information in which to make such an important decision. I emailed these concerns to both the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, imploring them to reconsider the decision that had been made. I would say that it has been reassuring to me to see that the review of the costings over the last couple of weeks have confirmed my suspicions that you were given inaccurate and misleading information. You should now have received my report that outlines my thinking on this issue. Given the amount of information I've provided, I would like to highlight 5 key points. 1, the span of the building. It has been reported widely that the increased span of the structure has contributed to the higher cost of the project. I've taken the original plan and overlaid it over the top of the RT1 plan, all sized to scale, and there is no discernible difference at all in the span of the building. The length of the building reduces, but the width does not. This then brings into question the statements around increased span costs being a contributing factor. This further reinforces my view that you are not being given the correct facts on which to make your decision. 2, functionality. I consider the RT1 proposal significantly compromises the functionality of the arena, which is fanciful given this is meant to be one of the drivers of the project. For example, the plan reduces the number of stair access locations and combines others to a central location which can only lead to impeding the flow of people and therefore the public experience. I also consider it misleading to remove one stair as part of the cost savings, when it will likely be required for fire accessibility and may need to be factored back in. Toilets, food and beverage facilities have been reduced and the cost of the temporary seating will increase. This is just fancy accounting by moving capital cost to operational cost and really compromises the experience. Imagine going to this new stadium and having to use the equivalent of a portaloo. So in reality, you're not comparing apples with apples. The RT1 proposal provides for a far lesser experience than the 30,000 seat proposal. 3, current estimate of 50 million. I still consider the 50 million floated in the media yesterday is incorrect and overstated. When I initially contacted the council, I felt it was more likely to be 15 to 20 million, based on the back of an envelope costing. With the current available information, which is limited, I have undertaken my own estimate and value the work at 39 million. It is my opinion that you are still not being given the correct information and the current budget is $11 million overstated. 4, savings and funding. Outlined in my report are a few suggestions on savings and alternative funding. One of the savings would involve a redesign of the shape of the building. Circular or oval buildings cost a lot of money and time to construct. It's my opinion that the building should effectively be a rectangle with round corners. This is actually the first thing that should have been considered when trying to reduce the cost, rather than reducing the crowd capacity and future income. Now, before you say this can't be done because it will cause delays, I can assure you this is not the case. Significant gains will be made in critical path times for design and construction because of replication of details, which will also flow into cost savings due to economies of scale. 5. Other considerations. While I've been looking at this project through the eyes of a quantity surveyor, I've also looked at it through the eyes of a member of the public and business community. One of the key drivers of the council is to encourage the use of public transport. There are a couple of issues that I would like to address here. One, there is excessive available parking on the arena site. There is a 4,000 square metre strip of land on Hereford Street highlighted in my report. This could easily be sold to realise 8 to 12 million in funding for the project, as well as netting the council future rate returns. The other item is the orientation of the stadium, which I address in more detail in my report. I consider the stadium needs to be rotated 180 degrees to provide the majority of patrons attending an event easy flow to the central city to support hospitality and access the bus exchange. This is even more critical if you take the RT1 plan into account. This will have no cost implications either way. I would hope that what I've presented today gives you the confidence to make the right decision for the larger stadium and remove some of the doubt and confusion you may have had by the misleading information that you've been given today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to the presentation of the petition, and that is... sorry, I'm not pronouncing your surname. Is it Robert?
Hoff.
Robert
Hoff.
Hoff.
Yeah.
Robert Hoff. Welcome.
Right, I'll start by giving the presentation to Amelia Ann, if that's okay. Kia ora everyone. My name is Rob, and on the 22nd of July I started a petition called Keep the Canterbury Multi-Use Arena at 30,000 seats. After the decision was made by Council to reduce the capacity by 5,000 seats. This is the decision many like me believe was the wrong decision, and everyday Cantabrians who are sports fans and concert goers will be affected. I am one of those Cantabrians. I was born here and I've lived here almost all my life. I've chosen to raise a family in this great city, a city which has been through so much in the last 10 years. And I want a stadium to take my 4-year-old son and for so many other families to enjoy the range of sports events, concerts and other things that the multi-use arena will offer. It's about more than money. It's about the future of the city and its people. So I ask that you think about those people, the people who sign this petition, and their voice, the voters' voice. The purpose of the petition was originally to give people of Christchurch a suitably sized stadium for the future of city as its people. A city with a growing population, and a population that seeks to build a venue for the future generations of Christchurch, like my son, who I hope will bring his family here one day, to enjoy what this collective voice has fought for. As of 1:30 p.m. today, the petition has reached 24,116 signatures, all with similar viewpoints to me, that 30,000 seats should be retained, not downsized or compromised on. The original thought process behind the petition was to get this council to either reconsider their decision and overturn, or create a public consultation period to allow the public to have their say and for the councillors to listen to their voters. And I think it's safe to say that this has far exceeded my expectations. I'm not here to question or discuss the financial side of the arena, as that is the role for council and its financial members of staff. I'm here to give those 24,000 people a voice that says they want 30,000 seats, a voice that says the council are being short-sighted
and that without a preliminary design, a budget is just that, a budget. Many of them are upset and angry at this decision. These people were promised something and they feel like they've been given a raw deal. People like Bruce Wells, who says we need to future-proof this investment with international size stadium, which can be supported with Christchurch hotels and local businesses that need this to be right. The CCC need to do the right thing here and think about the bigger picture. Or Sue Wright, Christchurch is growing and needs a facility that is future-proof for a growing population. It is short-sighted of this council to blatantly disregard the needs of our city and renege on what was promised. Or Tom Rose, what is the point in building a minimum 25,000 seat stadium when Christchurch and the greater region are growing exponentially? We need to cater for not only our future selves, but the future projected populations. This is coming from a 19-year-old advancing with this move is definitely going to destroy Christchurch's stronghold in the South Island. How can we as a city be close to 4 times the size of a Dunedin and yet choose to approve a stadium that has 17% less capacity than Forsyth Bar and somehow expect that to not have a viable impact on the city's entertainment venues and its respective infrastructure? These are just the comments, some of the comments on the petition that now sits on Mary Ann's desk. A document that is 479 pages back to back. A document that clearly shows the mood and the thoughts of the people of the region who want what they feel they were promised. And I hope that today's meeting and vote reflects the 24,000 people on that document. Lastly, before I go, I'd like to thank everyone who signed and shared this petition, and those councillors who support what I am here for, and the many others who believe what I believe. Because this is not about me. This is about everyone in this city getting something they can be proud of. Something to make Christchurch a city for the future and for the people. Thank you.
But I don't know if councillors have got any questions. That there is an opportunity with the petition to present the petition and then respond to questions.
Okay.
I mean, I think it was a pretty powerful presentation in its own right. So, and I don't really want to put you on the spot, but I'll just do a quick check around the table. No. Oh, Jimmy?
One question. The 24,100 signature, is it diverse people or not?
Correct. Yes.
Diverse.
Very diverse. Yep.
Geographic and demographic.
We don't get ages of people.
Yes.
Or we only get sort of where people are located at that time.
Okay.
Some people are from overseas, New Zealanders, Cantabrians who now currently live overseas.
Yes.
And then the majority of those people on that 24,000 petition
yes.
are from Christchurch or the Canterbury region.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni?
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you've done on the petition. Did you, we've had some people contact us concerned that 30,000 is too small and that 35,000 is what was in the blueprint. Did you get much of a sense from the comments or the people that signed the petition around a preference for 35 versus 30? I did notice there were a fair amount of people who suggested 35,000 was what they were looking for. Yeah. Obviously, that's not what's on the table today, but there's obviously a feeling that 35,000 was the original plan. So, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Look, thank you very much, and thank you for going to all the trouble to come in and present today. Very powerful. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'd like to move that we receive the petition. Do I have a seconder for that? Tim Scandrett. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And now we'll move on to the notice of motion, and we'll start with a presentation of advice on the notice the notice of motion. So, Mary Richardson, and as I said at the beginning, we do have representatives from B6 Watpac and Christchurch NZ and venues Ototahi here as well to support. And I'm going to, after the presentation, open it up to questions to all or any of those that have joined us.
Tim's indicating.
Yes, I was going to begin by just inviting Tim Scandrett just to say a couple of words at the beginning, because at a previous discussion of this issue, he identified a conflict of interest because he sits on the Venues Ototahi board, but the Venues Ototahi board is already determined as the operator. So if I could just hand over to you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Tim Scandrett. I'm the councillor for Cashmere, and as Leanne had pointed out, and thank you, Leanne, for this opportunity, I had not taken part in any vote. I've been on the board of Venues Ototahi since 2013, and it's been a real privilege to be part of that organisation and represent them. When this first came up, we were given a directive from this council table that the financial envelope was unmovable, so we were to come up with the best option available. So that is exactly what we did, because with the arenas, the absolute crucial thing is its live experience for the attending public. And so that is what we did, and we've come up with the 25,000 with the best possible venue for that live experience. However, as Leanne pointed out, Venues Ototahi has been already chosen as the venue operator, so there is no conflict there. And as there seems to be a bit of movement to that unmovable envelope, I feel that I can make a decision today based on the fact that I am a Christchurch City Councillor with 35 years of in the business of large concerts separate to Venues Ototahi. So I do bring a lot of knowledge in this venue and in this area, and I do feel that it's important to make that decision today. And it's I am obviously an independent, so it's, as Annabelle Turley said, it won't be political. So thank you.
Thank you for that, and it was slightly further than I was kind of expecting you to present, but it is extremely useful because I think it's important to be on the record in terms of what is a change in designation for the purposes of voting, and you have taken additional advice, and the advice is that you are able to make the call yourself, yes. And the call that you've made is that you are not conflicted and you will participate in the debate today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if I hand over to you, Mary.
Okay.
Sorry, before Mary starts.
And thank you for giving us an opportunity.
Wait. Mary.
Tēnā koutou katoa, kanutim hiki a koutou, kia ora koutou. Look, I just want to start off by just introducing and acknowledging some people. So I first have to introduce Greg and Gilbert from the B6 WATPAC team, and actually also acknowledge them and the wider Kotoru team. The city and the council is incredibly lucky to have a team of this calibre working on this project, and we certainly couldn't have done any of the work that we have done to date without the massive input of their team that both based here and in Australia. So just incredible work, and we're lucky they're on board. I also want to acknowledge Barry Bragg, the new chair of the company, along with Steve Vindler and Richard Peebles, who are not here today but are potentially listening in from live stream from Auckland. Also want to acknowledge Colin Mainsbridge and also Grant Gerard from the Crusaders. They have been actively involved in the project and have provided significant input and advice all the way through, along with Tony Smale and other people from Sports Canterbury and other sporting associations and event providers. Plus also Christchurch NZ, of course, who will be speaking to this, and V-Base and the rest of Carolyn's team, who have been across this all the way with the wider council team. So really want to acknowledge all their input. I also want to acknowledge you as councillors. So that on the 22nd of July, you came in to make the decision from your recess, and that was a big ask, that you don't get many recesses, and you came in to make that decision. And then today, as we revisit this, you know, you've had to absorb a lot of information in a limited amount of time. And while we are able to present the cost and benefits of this proposal alone, we are very mindful of the fact that you have a much bigger task, because you have to weigh this up against the opportunity costs as well. So, you know, it's a big and hard decision, and I wouldn't like to be making it. So I want to acknowledge, you know, the work and the effort you're putting into getting your heads around all this information. So thank you. Today in the what we intend to outline is just clarify the current position and options, provide some advice on the proposed motions, then walk through some of the construction cost estimates that are there. We will also hear from Christchurch and Venues Otatahi around the operational economic impact, and talk about the impact on rates and debt ratios, and then just touch on the funding options that are covered in the notice of motion. As the key message on the 22nd and also in previous briefings, and just reiterate again today, it is really critical now that contractors and staff have some clear, unequivocal design direction, so we can move on to design as soon as possible. Delays are costly when we have escalation on a build of this type. So actually to be able to move on is really critical. It wouldn't really be prudent to delay the program any longer, particularly not in this post-COVID environment with issues around escalation, and it's also diverting staff and contractors' time away from the project. So we really would appreciate a decision today that's clear, and so we can move forward. There's also the matter that you're well aware of, is that the uncertainty and controversy is impacting on costs, as I've mentioned, but it's also impacting on public confidence and may impact on our ability to raise external and third-party funding. So again, we would really appreciate a decision today. So in terms of background, and this is just touching for the just to remind people of how we got here, and is that just after the LTP was struck by Council in late June, Council was notified that there was a significant increase in the contractor's design and construction price estimate. Also, alongside that, the base case scheme had a number of unresolved issues, and they were going to impact on OPEX. And in many ways, the impact on OPEX was going to be more significant than the impact on CAPEX, because it's that OPEX that has a significant rate impact. So, so some rapid work. Council established a response team of Venues Otatahi and Council and staff from across Council to look at options. At that stage, the indication we had from Council was to try and bring that in budget, or get as close to budget as possible. So that's what we worked on and presented in a series of briefings to councillors. There were two options that were put forward by the response team. The RT1, which is, in case people sort of don't understand that terminology, that was shorthand for response team option 1, which was a 25-seat stadium with a U-shaped concourse and a stage pocket. That option required a change of scope. It was the same budget estimate in terms of overall budget, but it required a scope change from 25+5 down to 25. The other option was an RT2 option, which did have the 30,000 seats, but it had no concourse, and it did again locate the stage pocket. It was slightly over budget, but it was not the preferred option because of user experience. The response team did not recommend that one and recommended the RT1 instead. At that stage, we didn't have any requests for alternative over budget options in any of the briefings at all. So that was what we presented to council on the 22nd. We certainly could have, if we had the one that's put forward in the notice of motion, we could have had that ready for July the 22nd. But we are where we are, and we've got it now. Just want to I guess correct something, because there's been a lot of misunderstanding in the public and the media about whether the financials were correct on the day of the 22nd of July. So we just want to assure you that the financial information provided to council on the 22nd of July was correct, and it was in PX. As you know, the council were briefed that the response team had moved money from the overall budget, different components of the overall budget, into the construction contract to try and maximise the outcome. So that was walked through line by line to councillors at briefings, that actually the movement was about things were moved out of the project team, governance costs and other costings such as rating and land costings, and were put into, so the more money could go into constructions. Councillors were fully briefed about those changes, and as I said, went through line by line, and those changes were supplied to via email to a number of them who asked for that. It was also those differences between the comparative budgets were noted in a resolution that you passed. So just wanted to assure particularly the public and the media that have had a different opinion that actually the information was correct, nothing was hidden from councillors. I do just want to touch, because there's, it's all the language and all the terminology is very confusing in terms of the different concept designs. Just want to actually retouch on the concept designs that we have been through, and I won't go into the detail of that, but we did have an investment case concept that had 25 seats and roof, of course, permanent in situ turf, but had no level 1 concourse. So the investment case, 25,000 seats, no level 1 concourse. We then had the funding agreement with the Crown that identified a roof, a minimum of 22,500 permanent seating capacity, and issues around multi-use and capable of hosting a number of activities. There was then the base case scheme, which was the one that was presented to council in late June, which had, as I mentioned before, significant, it had 30,000 seats and it had a concourse, level 1 concourse, but it was over budget of, at that stage, 131 million, and it had unresolved issues related to turf and concert mode, which would have actually impacted on operational costs. That base case was value managed to see how far it could be brought back down into budget, but it still left the 88 million over budget, and it had, as we traversed on the 22nd, large operational issues and budget issues. So then there were the two options that were put forward by the response team, which I've touched on. The response team RT1, and I've said what that was, 25 seats in a U-shaped concourse. And the other one of RT2, the one that we didn't recommend, was the 30,000 seats but without a concourse. So those were the options that have been traversed and debated across council up until this notice of motion. As everyone knows, that it was the option RT1 which was agreed on the 22nd of July with a desire to see if we could explore increasing the seating capacity up to 27,500. And it is, I do just want to note now, and we'll probably continue to note as we move through budgets, is these budgets are only high-level estimates at this stage. the previous schemes had budgets that were down to sort of minor sort of digits. The reality is we are just at a concept design stage, and as we've said, we will get more certainty as we move through the next months, or as the team move through the next months, of price, but it won't be until April, May, when we're presented with the D&C contract, that we will have price certainty. At that stage, a contract, if it's signed, will be signed, and then all the risk about escalation lands on this team here. These are just estimates, and there's a high level of uncertainty around costs in this post-COVID environment, and we have reiterated that again, and it's presented in the report about the escalation risks that are, I think nobody is certain about at the moment, but it seems to at the moment be tracking up, and we don't know when it will track down. That's just a touch on a sketch of what the RT1 looked like, so you can see where that pocket is in the field in the circular concourse. So now if we move on to the notice of motion and our advice around the notice of motion, we want to just touch first on the motion 2, because it's the easiest one and it doesn't have all the detail behind it. So that is the motion 2, that foreshadowed motion that to run a parallel preliminary design process. Our advice is definitive about this, unlike when we get on to the actual size, is that actually we don't believe this will be a good idea at all. It will increase the costs, it will potentially delay the delivery of the project, and it will add complexity and risk to the project. That very quick diagram up there is trying to give you a snapshot and a picture of the process. As you know, we are in a pre-contract service agreement with Kortui or B6 Watpac at the moment, and then in May, as I said, we move into a D&C contract. This pre-service contract agreement has 3 components. It has the concept design, which is where we're at now. We then move into preliminary design, and then the team move into develop design and quotations. So a 3-stage process. So a rough order magnitude or an estimate provided by the QS, it's an independent QS but who did liaise with B6 Watpac, but that independent QS has identified that to continue a parallel process of when we say parallel process, that's 2 designs, the 25,000 and the 30,000. If that went through to end of preliminary design, that would be 7 to 9 million, and there still potentially wouldn't be certainty of price. If it was continued through to develop design and to prepared full quotation, that could be in the magnitude of 18 to 22 million. If B6 Watpac were not able to scale up resources to run 2 in parallel, they would have to actually be run one after the other, or at least have some overlap. That could impose a 6-month delay on that design component and could cost in the circuit of $6 million. So our recommendation to you is that if you are thinking of adding between $7 and $22 million to this project, it would be much better applied to the construction of the stadium. That would avoid than to running a parallel design. That would avoid potential delays. It would help manage the risk cost, and it would actually increase the scope. So our strong advice is not to go ahead with that. So now, in terms of the motion around increased seating to 30,000, and that motion in summary is to suggest that B6 Watpac are actually instructed to develop preliminary design which has a minimum seating capacity of 30,000. It's also, just so everyone's clear, that increased seating capacity is in the response team option 1 concept. So that's the concept that does have the U-shaped concourse and it does have a northern stage pocket, so it does avoid those OPEX costs that we were concerned about. And just to be clear, so some confusion is the instructions are about instructing on minimum requirements of the stadium and maximum budget envelope. So that's what we would be giving over to B6 WAPAC. There's a lot of work that they would do on that, and I'm sure in Q&A time they'll be able to explain that. But this is exactly what it's going to be. This is the minimum it's going to be in terms of scope and the maximum budget envelope. So there potentially could over time be changes and improvements, but the minimum would be 30,000 seats and at a minimum a U-shaped concept. So the estimates, cost estimates that have been done for these two, the first one on that first line, and this is all in the report, and in any moment I will hand over to B6 WAPAC to talk about this in more detail. RT1 at the top is the one that on the 22nd of July you resolved to move ahead with, and RT130 is the one that the notice of motion is talking to. So that as an estimate is adding another 50 million to the construction price, and then the rest of the overall budget wouldn't alter, so it would also only be adding 50 million to the bottom line. As you know, and we've said, that is based on a 3% escalation, so that has been built in to those costs already, a 3% escalation. But just to reiterate, the previous advice we've given to you is that there is a risk of additional exposure of potentially could be 6% escalation, and there is the exposure of things that may not have been allowed for and anticipated at this stage. So we're giving some advice around that. Probably to note of that is there's not much difference of exposure between the 25 seats and the 30 seats. I think it's only at 3.1 million. But we do want to make it really clear that there is that additional exposure. Now I think it's best to hand over to Greg, B6 WAPAC, to explain around what the difference between 25 and 30, and also potentially how you reach the prices.
Thank you, Mary. Looks like I've got no words to talk to there. So the solid, well, maybe just start there. Yeah. So RT1 is the budget option. So we were tasked with what can we get for the budget. So 25,000 seat stadium, RT1 with a U-shaped concourse. 396 was in our world D&C price for the budget number. We were then asked, okay, if we're going to increase capacity and we had more budget, what would it be for 30,000, and what would it be for, there's an in-between, 27,500. So maybe I'll start with 27,500. In our world, and our looking at it, to get to 27,500, you can nearly get those in the existing envelope, which is the next slide we'll show. But within the existing envelope, you'll find space with a bit of rationalisation of putting in 2,500 seats. So that's circa 10 million increase to the budget. If we then went to the 30,000 scheme, and it is a bigger envelope, and then we start, obviously more structural steel on the roof, the rafts over the bottom, there are some significant costs. And to touch on Mary's point on escalation, in the first scheme, we've got circa 21 million escalation provision in the 396, which is a reasonable provision, but with COVID at the moment, it's a little bit unclear where that's going. So the QS has got together and said, let's talk about in our world. We'll keep that until we know further down the track what is really happening with escalation. And similarly, when we get to RT130, the escalation provision is circa 24 million. So there's the reasonable provision in our numbers, but with the COVID situation, it was decided to pull that out of that number, and we'll reassess it between now and April next year, when we've got a better design, a lot of detail, and we're putting a firm price on the table. So maybe we jump to the next slide. So that solid line in the middle is pretty much the footprint of a 25,000 RT1 scheme, and similarly for the 27,500 with rationalisation of the design, which I'm sure Gilbert could talk to if anybody got a question, we could fit another 2,500 in that space. So the extra 10 million is build a bit of structure, put some amenities in for 2,500 additional seats. The dotted line on the outside is where the footprint grows for the 30,000 scheme, because we just need a bigger volume, a bigger footprint, and then we start incurring some significant costs. So that's pretty much that slide. And obviously the field of play, nothing in the centre changes, but certainly the spans on the roof change and the built structure changes. Thanks, Mary. And this is just a summary of dot points of pretty much what I said before. The roof increases in size for the extra 5,000. Concourse widths changes. Food and beverage goes up. Circulation space goes up. Seismic resilience design is pretty much, that roof is is a stiff element, and it's got a certain size to handle seismic resilience. That is kind of set. Stair widths increase. Amenities increase for the 5,000, and obviously food and beverage increases. So when we jump to the 5,000, it is a significant step up. Gilbert and I are not cost planners, but that is layman's or an engineer's term on how that cost got to where it got to.
Maybe to put it in lay discussion is that to put 2,500, you're reducing seat centres, so you're basically cramming more people in, which is acceptable. It is, I guess, less amenity in terms of how close you are to your adjoining person. There are gaps and spaces that, yes, as efficiency, you wouldn't build structure there, but you could in this scheme to add a few more extra streets, but the dollars per seat increases because of the difficulty of construction through there. So, and then also in terms of adding for food and beverage and toilets, it's at a number where the incremental increase adds to the existing facility. So you add more pans to an existing building, you add a few extra metres to an existing food and beverage to cater for those numbers. Once you jump to the next one, yes, then you pass a point of critical mass where you have to build a new food and beverage pod. Yes, you've got to build a new toilet. And so you're not adding a simple small percentage, you're adding a larger increase. So hopefully that sort of explains why it's not a lineal. Once you get to a certain point, it becomes exponential.
And that's, do you want to, this is just a quick picture just to give an indication of size and scale of the stadium, but we can come back to that.
That's just a snapshot of the current architectural model looking to the south, and that is of the RT125 scheme. So it's a significant world-class arena, what we're talking about, whichever way we cut it. Anyway, that's just, I think Mary pinched that off the screen the other day.
So actually I'll just, we'll head over to Leah now to walk through in terms of the comparative between 25,000 and 30,000, the rates impacts.
Thanks, Mary. So today I'm here to just present the financial impact of the proposed options on the council's LTP that's been adopted. So the 2 years of the LTP that we are focusing on is FY24 and 25, which is why it's on the screen. And this is because those are the years that the council funding of 253 million is currently mostly incurred, okay, mostly in 24. On this basis of the two options on the table today, RT1 27,500 seats with an extra cost of 10 million will have a rates impact of 0.02 in the first year and then 0.07 in the second. So in total, 0.09 impact on our current LTP numbers. The RT1 30,000 seats of $50 million cost is 0.07 in the first year because that's when we're borrowing the money. The big impact starts hitting the following year when we're starting to pay for that at 0.35%. Okay, so 0.42 over the two. We've also been asked, can we just go down? Yeah. So we were also asked about what our current LTP numbers include for the 253 million currently. So you can see in the first row there we have our rates increases over those 4-year period, and the percentage of that rates increase what currently relates to paying for the 253 million that was already in. Okay, so this is in addition to that. I'm going to go to one more down. So I just wanted to also take this time to actually explain a couple of other key things that we need to take into account. So while we've been, debt is a key funding tool for councils, as it enables capital investment and infrastructure to be paid for by today's ratepayers, but also those in the future. However, while debt is a beneficial tool to promote equity, there needs to be a balance between what we would like and what we can afford. How we manage this balance as a council is to measure and monitor our debt levels in a number of ways. The two specific ways, and the two main ones that we look at, are our debt to net debt as a percentage of total revenue, and this is also, it's an indicator of debt affordability, but it is also one of our key covenants with our lender. Currently, as you can see, I've highlighted the 3 columns that are quite key here. So our current LTP number has in the FY24 to FY25 year of 234. At that stage, our current limit on this ratio is 300 at the moment, but progressively goes down till FY26, which it drops down to 280. So you can see in this scenario, so I've given you 2 options. It shows you the impact on the ratios if we take either one of these options. Both still within, quite significantly within our covenant ratio. The other one that we look at, which is also linked, is our debt headroom. Now, our debt headroom is limited to how much we can borrow, but we also, as a council, have a policy to keep a headroom of 400 million. And that, as Christchurch will well and truly know, is to take into account when things happen that we don't anticipate. Okay, so you can see the impact of this. This is actual debt. So in the FY26 year, when this significantly is the most impact, our current LTP has a headroom of 450 million. That will drop to 412. However, we are still under our headrooms. Thank you.
So I'm not going to talk to that slide. All right, so look, thank you again for having us here today. Look, Venues Ōtautahi have undertaken an analysis of the impact of the additional 5,000 seats and the RT at 30 option. This is in addition to the previous analysis undertaken on the RT1 at 25 option. This analysis is based on our operating model, the current environment, and reflects high-level versus detailed design fundamentals. Our analysis confirms both the at 25 and at 30 capacity options deliver all the core fundamentals, including competitive concert capacity, commercial viability, operational functionality, and a high-quality guest experience. Both also, with the Level 1 U-shaped concourse, deliver an enhanced guest experience and subsequently an increase in spend per head for larger events. Christchurch is New Zealand's second largest city and a proud sporting region. CMUA at 30,000 would make the venue one of the top 5 largest stadiums in New Zealand. Obviously, you are all well versed in where we sit in comparison, but at 30,000, Forsyth Bar is at 3,700, Mount Smart Stadium 30,000, Sky Stadium in Wellington 34.5, and Eden Park obviously at 50. On this basis, the greater permanent seating capacity that is provided under the at 30 option means the venue is more competitive in the domestic and Australasian markets, particularly for sporting codes such as the All Blacks. Increased capacity at 30,000 also delivers both increased commercial return for the venue, but also greater economic impact for the city, particularly associated with large concerts. A bid incentive fund remains fundamental to the success of the CMUA, regardless of capacity. But with increased capacity at 30 and the improved competitive advantage that this delivers, the level of bid incentive funding required is less. Based on our modelling, and again, this is high-level modelling, and 5 years is far away, let alone 25 years, the life of the asset, but this is an estimated reduction of around 30% versus the bid incentive fund required under the reduced capacity of 25. From an operating support perspective, the larger capacity at 30 option and subsequent increased opportunity to generate commercial returns, the level of operating support required is also reduced. Look, ultimately, whichever design direction is chosen for the CMUA, it's going to be a stunning, stunning venue. It's one of the last symbols of post-earthquake recovery, and so importantly for our community, will deliver significant social, cultural and economic benefit for the city. We're excited to be part of it, and we're really, really excited to get on with it. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today to support the papers that are already in your briefing pack and to support this notice of motion. Christchurch NZ has prepared technical advice to support an informed discussion and debate with respect to this motion. I'm going to quickly run through some of the constraints and assumptions as we've prepared this advice, and then I'm going to hand over to Lauren Heafy, who will take you through our findings. The information that's contained in your papers was prepared by the Christchurch NZ economics team and our economists, and then we also sought peer review from Fresh Info to make sure that we're using national best practice with respect to economic modelling of both venues and from an event perspective. Our analysis applies to the RT1 concept and RT1 plus 5,000 as per the notes in your papers. We haven't had an opportunity to review full specs for the reasons outlined by the team prior, and thus our analysis is a like-for-like comparison looking purely at the capacity size of 25 and 30. As we've noted in our paper, our analysis does not take into account operational spend, which Caroline has just outlined, or any spend associated with the removal of any temporary seating or the reinstallation of that seating, and nor have we taken into account incentive funds in our economic modelling. So Christchurch NZ, in your papers, we've estimated both visitor spend and also direct GDP impact. We haven't applied a multiplier for indirect spend, and it's important that you view the figures in the paper in that context. The direct GDP, which is in your papers, models the values that flow directly into the local economy, and we're happy to answer any questions relating to the figures in your papers. We've used a conservative model to calculate the direct GDP impact, and that's in line with national best practice with respect to the productivity and the values that flow from visitor spending. With respect to venue utilisation, we have taken a more optimistic position. We've modelled 4 events per annum, which includes 2 concerts and 2 major sporting events such as an All Blacks Test match and a Crusaders final. And we're very grateful to have Grant and Colin here today. We hope you can help us deliver on that. However, naturally, as Caroline indicated, there are a great many variables with respect to event attraction and venue utilisation. We've taken some of those into account in our paper, but we need to always be mindful that we don't know what's ahead of us with respect to some of those variables which do impact our ability to attract events. So I'm now going to hand over to Lauren, and she'll just quickly take you through the key findings with respect to that economic impact. Kia ora, thank you.
Ki te rangatira tēnā koutou. As you are aware, Christchurch NZ is the agency tasked with delivering major and mega events for Christchurch, and we take a strategic long-term view to bid for and attract major and mega events to the city. We aim to create a balanced portfolio and a future pipeline of events which enhance our city's reputation, deliver legacy outcomes and grow our capability as a major events host city. We were asked to review the economic impact of a 25,000 seat stadium versus 30,000 seat stadium, but in our report we also reviewed a comparative analysis of other New Zealand stadiums, and we looked at the likely number and type of events the CMUA could attract at both 25,000 and 30,000. As Joanna noted, there are multiple variables to consider in this economic analysis, which are further exacerbated in a COVID environment. However, I would urge you to focus on visitor spend as the core outcome of this paper, which is the number to focus on because it is transactional data that impacts business. So retail, food and beverage spend, accommodation and attractions. As you will have seen in our paper, the following outcomes comparing a like-for-like 25 and 30,000 seat stadium found that a 25,000 seated capacity stadium with 36,000 in concert mode would drive $13.6 million of visitor spend per year, 37,550 visitors, and they would be staying for 58,950 visitor nights. In a 30,000 seated capacity and a 41,000 capacity concert mode, there would be 16.06 million visitor spend per year, 43,300 visitors, staying for 68,100 visitor nights. We've done a long-term estimation, and while the numbers may seem small, and the calculation is based on optimistic use, we believe that actual events secured for the venue may differ depending on COVID outcomes, but also our ability to attract events. The calculation is a like-for-like, and it doesn't consider scenarios in which a larger capacity venue is able to attract more events than a lower capacity venue. We also found that a 25,000 pax event is likely to drive an average of 17.5 visitation, which is the calculation that we used. However, a 30,000 pax event is likely to attract more like 22.5 to 25% visitation. In layman's terms, a 25,000 seat stadium is likely to be mostly filled with residents, whereas a 30,000 seat stadium allows for more visitors to come, generating higher economic impact. Also of consideration is not just the economic impact of each stadium capacity, but the additional cost to bid for events with a 25,000 seat capacity. A 25,000 seat stadium will require a higher incentive fee, which is likely to be between $400,000 and $1.2 million per piece of event content. If a 30,000 seat stadium can be expected to attract an average of 3 events numbering over 25,000 people per year, this incentive fund would be a minimum of $1.2 million and a maximum of $3.6 million per year. These additional costs need to be added onto the net difference of economic impact, meaning that a 25,000 seat stadium could cost the city a minimum of $12 million and a maximum of $36 million in additional incentive fees over 10 years. However, there are a number of factors that impact bidding and the value of a stadium to the city, which are not just economic. The net difference between 25,000 and 30,000 is a simplistic view, and it does not consider other factors we take into account in securing an event, which include a maximum number of VIP suites, a concourse to generate further revenue for food, beverage and merchandise sales, a comfortable seating layout, fit for purpose and flexible broadcast areas and media facilities, flexible and high quality rigging points, and a multi-use focus which allows for both sport and concert mode and the ability to change configurations based on the type of event. There is no middle ground where these aspects should be sacrificed for more seats. They go hand in hand together. Bidding for events is a highly competitive environment, and you have watched us as we have worked through this process and not won All Blacks Test matches or FIFA Women's World Cup 2023. Adding another stadium to the South Island will mean the city must be proactive about bidding for and attracting events. It is not simply a case of building it and they will come. Capacity is not the only decision-making consideration as discussed, but we do have a natural advantage as a metropolitan city. And our comparative analysis shows that the average number of events that can be expected for a city of our size, over 25,000 seats, would be 3 to 4 per year. As Joanna has indicated, these are likely to be one All Blacks Test match, hopefully one other major sporting event such as a Crusaders final, and potentially 1 to 2 international concerts. In addition, it is important to consider the positive city profile and broadcast impacts to the city, driving greater long-term social, profile and economic outcomes. Larger sports events typically also drive greater broadcast numbers, meaning a 30,000 seat stadium is likely to allow the city to showcase itself to a larger global audience. Finally, we have undertaken some stakeholder analysis with Christchurch International Airport, who have indicated that the net loss to a city when a large event is on is significant, meaning that we are currently operating in a negative position when it comes to major events. Preventing outbound residents attending events in other cities by being able to host them in our own city is a net economic positive impact. We have also received a formal statement from New Zealand Rugby. This is attributed to Dan Tatham, Head of Rugby Operations. A 25,000 seat covered stadium would likely see the venue as being the 4th ranked venue in terms of ticketing yield for All Blacks fixtures, behind Dunedin, Wellington and Auckland, whereas a 30,000 seat covered stadium would likely see the venue as being the 3rd or 2nd equal highest revenue venue, depending on other considerations. As Christchurch are aware, New Zealand Rugby takes into account a number of different factors when allocating All Blacks fixtures, with the financial return to New Zealand Rugby being one of the core factors. Ultimately, the city will be able to attract and host events in either a 25,000 or 30,000 seat stadium, but we are likely to attract more global event content and reap greater benefits from a larger premium specification multi-use arena. Kia ora koutou.
We're just, and we're nearly at the end now, as it was so long. So we will just touch on the funding options now that were traversed in the motion, and just give some information around that. So in the motion it put forward a series of funding options. One was the sale of Orange Theory Stadium. We do have some information around the value of Orange Theory Stadium, but for commercial reasons we will want to go into PX to discuss that with you, but actually potentially to avoid needing to go into PX, Bruce has advised that we could potentially put a fundraising target on around 30 million on that. But if you want the details of that market value, we would need to explore that in PX, so we don't actually have any commercial disadvantage on that. There were two options around external funding, and just to clarify the situation, what's been discussed, one was around Crown funding. It probably is worth noting that the Crown has actually put more money into this project than the council. So there's the 220 million for the CRAF fund, there's $10 million for land decontamination, there was $59 million into the purchase of the land, and there was also the funding that they provided for the investment case and pre-feasibility case. Asking them for more money as opposed to council putting more money in itself may not be appropriate given the size of their contribution to date. In terms of TA funding from other territorial authorities, the work and early discussions around that, just noting that the TAs during the investment case were invited to the workshops, and many of them attended the workshops. The early discussions that were held with people in the mayoral forum at that stage, and our advice to council had been that actually it was about OPEX funding from territorial authorities rather than CAPEX funding. So that ongoing OPEX costs, we could be looking at something like a regional rate. And we did have some initial conversations with ECAN around how we would go about setting a regional rate to get an annual regional contribution. And the advice there was that actually we certainly needed clarity about what level of funding and rating would need to be applied, because to set a regional rate, the ECAN would have to go out for consultation, and in that consultation they would have to advise people the level of the regional rates and if there was any differential. So we were not at that stage to progress that until we got more certainty around costings and operational impact. But since the resolution on the 22nd, we have made contact with the territorial authorities, advising that we would like further discussions with them about that. We are also looking at other funding options and have had some discussions, preliminary discussions around potential commercialisation options, and we'll be working closely with VO around options around that. So that's just our advice around other funding, and I'll just rattle on quickly so you've got time for debate. In terms of advice around whether this decision, if you were to make it today, would actually require consultation or would be considered a significant decision, our advice as staff is that we don't believe it would require consultation, and that's for the following reasons, and they are traversed in the report. But it's the first one is that this is not a new decision. Council has already made a decision to build a multi-use arena and has actually made a decision to invest in that in partnership with the Crown. Their views and preferences of the community are widely known and have been considered in previous annual plans and LTPs as you have made those decisions. And you've heard from a proportion of the community today around their views. The other thing is that the impact on rates in council debt room is not significant, as Leah has said, there's been also, the other thing is there has been officer advice before the meeting to allow you to consider the decision. So it's not a decision that's landing on you out of the blue. So our advice is that we don't believe that it requires formal consultation or a special consultative procedure. So just to wrap up, our advice again is we would like a decision today, and a decision that actually is not redebated, so we can actually move forward and get the stadium built for the city. It is going to be a fantastic stadium. No matter what you decide, it will be a fantastic stadium. It will benefit the city, and actually we just need to get on and get it done. So that's our advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all of the detail that you've put into the presentation. There are a few questions though, and I know colleagues have got questions, but I'll begin. And perhaps, I think this is B6 WAPAC I want to direct this to. So we've focused very much on the number of seats, but when you remove 5,000 seats and you reduce the outer shell or the superstructure that surrounds the arena, tell me what else you lose, because it can't just be the 5,000 seats. I've based my response to this date on the experience of people who go to the venue, recognising that with high definition televisions and live streaming that we're competing with people's sort of lounges and no queues for loos. But what else? What do we lose from the design brief? We've already heard about. One of the presenters talked about the number of lifts. And I presume that there's the reorientation of the toilets, for example. While I'm on that subject, so can you just give us some examples of the other things that we lose?
Gilbert's probably better as our technical guy to answer that.
Overall, I think if you look at it, and what we try to do is keep as many of the fundamentals as possible. So, probably not an answer you want to hear, but it is really just sheer quantity. It comes down to the fact that once we're trying to reduce a stadium of this size, some amenity does get lost. Seat spacings, proximity to certain amenities, and the like, and the opportunity to sort of somewhat provide additional embellishment, for want of a better term, and the ability to provide a sort of a more enhanced experience. But it does really come down to the fact that what we've attempted to do in all these schemes is still provide an aesthetically pleasing arena that Christchurch would be proud of, an urban realm that interfaces with the CBD and the remaining neighbourhoods, and certainly an aesthetic item that it is not an object just plonked there. An aesthetic appreciation has to be taken into account, and so we've sort of tried to maintain that. I think most people would just notice the physical size in there and the sheer number of people in that. There is a big difference in 5,000 when you physically see a stadium being emptied out, but really it does come down to quantity and a slight experience in the sense of maybe the quality of the seat spacing, the quality of the seats, the number of options in terms of food and beverage and the like, because you're just reducing the sheer numbers of those elements appropriate to the number of people in the arena.
But if you're reducing the number of seats and the scale of the activity, is it true that, for example, the toilets end up on the ground level rather than up on the
That is something
concourse?
that was a global decision to make a fundamental saving on all the schemes.
Right.
We talked about the span of the roof. It's exponential in the sense that structural engineers design a roof and you go to a certain size of member. That member is applicable for a certain span and can cope with subtle incremental changes. Once you make a large change, that then increases to the next size of structural members all through there. So to make the vast majority of the saving, the consideration of moving amenities downstairs would be associated with all the options.
So that was included in the base case as well?
There's been a long history about that. What is defined as the base case.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the value management chain was, you know, so...
You had the base case, which had everything on level 1. Then Mary mentioned about the VM option for the base case, which then part of it was to shrink, which was to put the amenities downstairs.
So they disappeared earlier.
So in terms of that, and to put context, our previous last stadium that we worked on was North Queensland, where the Cowboys play. That is exactly the same scenario through there and there. And from an experience and feedback from there has been no sort of ill comments or anything associated with that particular move.
And what's the seating capacity of that?
25,000.
And it has a roof?
No, it doesn't have a roof. It's a drip line. For those people who want to know what a drip line is, it's a roof that covers the seats and is a theoretical vertical line where raindrops fall, but of course wind has an impact on that. So no, it's a traditional football stadium as you might see. It certainly doesn't have a full roof.
No.
That's one of the significant benefits of this project.
That's really good. And I had a question, I think it's for Christchurch NZ, the like for like, because it's not really like for like, is it? Between the 25,000 and the 30,000.
So with respect to the like-for-like, because we didn't have the opportunity to review the full specs, we took a position that that would be a variable that would have to build into future economic modelling.
Yeah.
So our economic modelling at this stage is RT1 plus 5,000.
And the airport company was quite explicit in the advice that they gave you in terms of the 30,000.
Yeah, correct. In terms of the number of additional visitors that would be likely to attract on top of the local participation within the venue, there was a greater opportunity to attract a larger number of visitors in the larger size venue, which stands to reason.
And that's because the 25,000 is going to largely cater for our regional pool?
That's right, for a local audience, because of the size of the local population and the South Island population, we think it's likely we can fill that type of content with just the local population.
Yeah.
So we need the additional capacity for visitors.
So the additional capacity is really to attract the visitor spend, which is what people have spoken about today.
Correct, which is what the modelling's based on.
Yep, that's lovely, thank you. Questions, Sarah?
Thanks. This one's also for Christchurch NZ. Sorry, Joe. It was quite a good description of that net difference in economic impact between the 25 and the 30. If you at Christchurch NZ had $50 million to spend outside a stadium project for economic impact, do you think that you could get a greater economic impact for a different project than that difference, that marginal difference? So that's that opportunity cost that Mary talked about earlier. So if we've already got the stadium, we know we're going to get some events, it's going to be awesome at 25, is it better value for money to spend that 50 on a different project that would get a different audience more frequently than just add? The question wasn't for you. Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry, I was just checking my notes and I didn't notice that there was an intervention that is not required from around the table. Thank you. Question, Sarah.
There is always an opportunity of cost with any spending. And we haven't had an opportunity to prepare any advice on what other things we could spend that money on, but there is always an opportunity cost.
Yeah, okay. But are there other projects that have been coming to you that would like funding, that would have economic benefit?
I don't feel that I'm in a position to answer that question today. I think I would need to bring some advice back to you, but there are always projects where money could be spent which would derive an economic benefit, and this is among those.
Yeah, thanks. And for Mary, the benefit cost ratios, we hear a lot around the table about them being done for evidence and things. Is anything like that being done for this project?
No, so there's been no time to do any cost-benefit analysis for this. So the last time it was done was back in the investment case.
At which point it said?
At that point, the investment case identified that there was no, the benefits did not outweigh the costs of the additional 5,000 seats.
Thanks.
Pauline.
Thank you. Look, just a question. The gentleman who suggested squaring off the shape of the arena, I know that you won't be able to give any detail on any savings there, but do you agree there could be savings realised there, and could they be considerable, and is it viable?
The option had been looked at, and when you look at it, it comes down to the pure notion of tonnes of steel. And when we looked at it currently, where we sit with the 25,000, it's about on the mark. There might be some marginal savings associated with that. If you went for a four-side bar where the corners were cut out, which is sort of an undesirable situation, yes, there's a significant saving, but once you start filling in and making it more like an arena, similar to what is proposed, there's marginal difference for tonnage. In our world, we look at the supply of steel, the cost of fabrication, the tonne of steel, that's the cost, and we're looking in the range of values that aren't significantly different.
Okay, thank you.
I've got Anne, Mike and Tim.
Right, and thank you for the all this time and effort and information. A couple of questions. With the blueprint you talked about, Mary, the 35,000 that was first mooted with, was that a covered arena, or was it drip line when it was first discussed?
It was covered.
Yeah, and I wasn't around at that stage, and it's never been something I've investigated, but my understanding it was covered.
I can assist if you like, because I know the sequence of events intimately. The blueprint was announced in 2012 with 35,000 covered stadium. The details of who would be building, etc., taking responsibility for the business cases, none of that was included. The original design work was supposed to start in 2012. In 2013, the cost-sharing agreement was entered into between the Christchurch City Council and the government, the Crown, and at that stage, the government was going to take over the entire project and build it with private sector money, or there would be a commitment to meeting 50-50 the cost between the council and the Crown, and that was capped at $253 million. If that was not capable of being delivered, then the Crown agreed that there would be an amendment made to the Central City Recovery Plan, the blueprint, to enable the building of a 35,000 seat stadium without a roof, and that would be the full responsibility of the council, with the Crown providing the land. That's the factual sequence of events.
Thank you. And another question. We haven't talked a lot about turf health, and I remember when we were first, a lot of the information that we had in terms of the effect of size of the arena on turf health. It would be interesting to hear, given the interest in games at the arena, what impact a larger arena will have on that, on the health of the turf.
With what you're considering today, between 25 and 30, it'll have no impact at all.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. You've made a very compelling case for 30,000. On the 22nd of July, you also made a very compelling case for 25,000. And you described at that point as it being the sweet spot. So what is the sweet spot?
I made that decision in terms of the client or region that the stadium arena is being built for. Certainly we were asked about what we have done in the past and what we represented to other regional, or how you define yourself. Part of that is two things: the actual physical budget and the limitations set by the organisation that is providing the project to us and how we deliver to it. So based on the criteria that were given to us, yes, the sweet spot can be determined by what we've delivered elsewhere as being 25,000 people within the criteria that we had been given. And one of the most critical ones is budget. What we're talking about now is that if you are looking to increase it, that's another aspect. And one of the other aspects in terms of sweet spot is the aspirational requirements of the region, the city, and how they perceive themselves and place themselves in the local, national and international stage. And that cannot be judged by dollars. That is an emotive argument that has to be sought out by the community.
So I guess we've heard quite a bit that, 25,000, although we're told obviously that's actually a really good number, you're going to get a world-class stadium. We've heard from the public actually we're short-sighted, and 30,000's that magical number. What is the magical number actually to create an arena that's meant to be world-class, fit for the future, and attract all the events that we want to see here?
I think a comment was made that size doesn't matter at the last meeting, and I think that is correct. It's the quality of the venue. People stated of arenas in America, basketball, they're 15,000 and they're classified as world leading. The experience is fantastic, the atmosphere. So it is not about size, it is about the experience, it's about the quality and the atmosphere inside there.
Okay, excellent. Mary, you had a slide about the maximum budget envelope. It was one of the instructions.
Oh, yeah, so this was about the motion.
Yeah, that one there. What is the maximum budget envelope?
So there's two different budget components that we've been talking about. So one is the maximum construction price, and then the other one, so that's a component of the overall budget. So on top of the construction price, there's a lot of other costs around project management governance. There's also some early works budget and some of that preliminary work, and they make up the total budget cost. So the maximum price will be whatever is determined today that we issue to the construction to B6 Watpac. So that will go in the instructions to B6 Watpac of this is the maximum contract price, and this is the seating capacity. So does that answer the question?
I guess when I look at the resolutions, what I'm seeing is no maximum price, and so I am concerned there.
So in the you'll remember that last time we had that discussion in PX around maximum price, and the resolution was about setting that at maximum price. Today the debate's in the open. So if you add $50 million into this, it will all go into the D&C. Nothing of it will be spread across the rest of the project breakdown. It will all go into the construction maximum price. There'll be that 50 million doesn't contain any other budget apart from into construction.
I've got Tim.
Yeah, just with regards to the picture there with the more oval type stadium, the design, rather than Mr. Blackmuir's suggestion about a rectangle. We've made it really clear that it is, we need this, and it will be the most outstanding stadium in New Zealand. So one of the key crucial things there is acoustics. So what's the difference between a hard rectangle, such as and the softer sides. Is that an element there?
It's not necessarily a consideration because you can supplement materials and internal treatments and add things to break up sound, absorb, reflect, depending on the shape. The shape determines the solution, but there is a solution to sort of achieve a similar performance.
So it does seem that if you're looking at, say, more Modeman towns, would be an example, they do seem to be curved rather than hard rectangles.
I think you'd have to talk to a lot of architects about exactly why they're curved, but there's no specific requirement. We did Suncorp.
Yep.
Suncorp is particularly round. Currently, yes, North Queensland. Rabina is another one. That's completely square, so they don't necessarily have a relationship to those.
Okay, thank you.
Jimmy and Aaron.
One question regarding to the Christchurch NZ, particularly regarding to the GDP. Christchurch NZ have here. Thank you. Your presentation mentioned the GDP difference between the 25K and the 30K was $12.5 million, and also you forecast 4 events per year, 2 sports and 2 concerts. Particularly regarding the 2 concerts, I'm concerned whether those visitors more than the 36,000 people, the event, am I right? Because 25K, they can provide the capacity up to the 36,000 people.
I'm sorry, I don't fully understand the question. I think we may have answered it in respect to the Mayor's question. Essentially, the greater the size of the venue, the greater proportion of visitors that we can fit into it. Have I understood your question correctly?
Yeah, my question is, if you're for concerts, if your people visitors under the 36K, actually 25K, those the capacity can provide those service. Is my question. What's the difference? Yes.
The way that we've forecasted is that a concert will drive 40% of visitation. Concerts tend to drive more visitors.
Yes.
We can, in 36,000 capacity,
yes.
We have looked at that as the number, not 25,000. So when we've done our analysis for sports matches, we've done it at 25,000 and 30,000.
Yes.
For concerts, we've done it at maximum capacity, so 36,000 and 41,000.
Okay.
The methodology didn't take into account that concerts drive about 40% of out-of-town visitors, but sports matches only drive somewhere between 17.5 and about 25%.
Okay.
Does that
Thank
answer
you.
it?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thank you. I've got Aaron, Melanie and Yanni.
It's just a couple of questions about the stadium in Townsville. Well, I paid attention to it because I think it was Game 2 of the State of Origin was there this year. It was a full house.
That's correct.
But they, because of COVID only, have they ever had the Wallabies or the Kangaroos play there?
It's only just recent. In terms of that, no. The State of Origin is the largest. They've had an Elton John concert. They've had a boxing match. And prior to the State of Origin, they just had NRL games with the Cowboys.
Right, so they get good size events for their age so far, and it's a 25,000 capacity, yet Townsville's 178,000 population, less than half of Christchurch, and the region of North Queensland's 231, which is less than half of Canterbury. So that would suggest that ours should be a little bit bigger?
As I said, where we facilitate and construct and design stadiums based on the criteria given by the client, we had certain criteria, and that's what we developed. The determination of size is by the community and those who set the budgets.
And on that note, welcome to Canterbury.
Melanie, Yanni, Sarah.
Sorry, I've got a number of questions. The first one is kind of related to the acoustics, but more the outer noise insulation. You know how we went through that process to look at the decibels? So if we're making a larger stadium with a bigger roof span, will that change, like those predictions or anything like that?
No effect on the current changes that were put into the district plan.
Yes.
Apologise, but no one can hear you
I've been
from
jumping
there.
up and down, so yeah. Sorry, the answer to the question is there's no effect to change to the current district plan changes that apply.
Mm-hmm. Good. And this one relates to the borrowing that we would probably have to do. So if we were to go to the 30,000, so have we got any thoughts, or can they have any reassurance around changes to interest on borrowing over the next 5 to 30 years? Because it is predicted that interest rates will increase significantly.
Currently, our LTP takes into account what we predict is going to be the forecast interest rate increases, so that's all taken into account. I mean, it is what it is. We can't predict them. I wish I could, but we do take that and manage it with our hedging policies as well.
Yeah, so there's no possibility we could go over our debt headroom with interest costs?
No.
Okay, and with following on from what Mike was talking about with the maximum design and contract price, is there, I guess what he's really asking for, is there a possibility of putting a value into that line to give reassurance to councillors of what they really would be agreeing to?
Yes, so that would, if you wanted to put a value into it before you voted on it, it would be the figure that's in the report advice and up there on the screen of 446 million. So that's the maximum contract price. So that's the figure that's in the report and up there. That would be the figure that would go in.
Okay, well, I'll flag
Sorry, I
it.
didn't realise that was the question Mike was asking.
I don't know if that's what he was asking,
No.
but that's what I
Sorry.
took from it, and what I would probably feel comfortable with. I was wondering, we haven't talked really about the 35,000 seats that was the original, plan under the blueprint, and I wondered if there was any comment on a larger capacity arena than what we've been discussing.
Yes, so in that report that came to you on the 22nd of July, we actually covered off options that had been considered and ruled out. So that was options that were below 20,000 and options that were over 30. And I'll just pull up the advice that was given then. But they were options that were ruled out at the time. I think I have got that first report. They were also traversed and considered in the investment case, and they were ruled out at that stage as well. So just refer back to that original report. So it hadn't been, as we advised on the 22nd, it wasn't considered as the investment case has identified that it was not feasible due to the space constraints on the site and the event demand projections undertaken by international events experts, who suggested there were very few events of that large scale, and that it was also suggested in the investment case that it would potentially create a poor event experience, leaving the arena underutilised for much of the time.
Okay, thank you. So I've got a few more. If we were to agree to the notice of motion and we were not able to achieve funding through those other mechanisms, how would this be funded?
So it would be, there'd be options. One of them is the rate funding. So that's the advice that Leah's provided today. It would be from adding CapEx to the budget and rate funding that.
And one question that people are asking, because we've been looking at the debt headroom and the debt to revenue ratio, but we have not actually really told people the actual value of to their rates as an increase, on a yearly, or we have talked about that, but I don't think that's been in public.
Yeah, we released that to the media. So we said the $50 million extra cost was on average $13 to the average household.
Okay. Great. That's all my questions. Thank you.
That
Paul. Yep, sorry. Okay. Yanni?
Thank you. Thank you for all the information. I just wanted to check who gets control of the ticket price, and is there an option to raise revenue from an additional charge on the ticket to cover the increased costs?
So promoters or sporting codes will define the price of the ticket. We do have room to add in inside charges and navigate our way through there. It's not something we've considered in any of the modelling to date.
So if we build a bigger capacity for the benefit of promoters or for New Zealand Rugby, then we have the ability to get some of that benefit back to cover the increased costs?
Look, I don't think you'd build those costs in for that purpose. I don't think the size of the venue is for those codes. I think it's for the city. But again, we haven't really done that modelling, so we can't really comment on how we would build any different types of inside charges than we have already to date.
Right. So, but as we go forward with trying to, if we agree to the 30,000 in terms of funding options, can we look at it at the ticket charge to cover the increased cost, and also are we able to look at a central city rate as well?
Or it's a different rate. The rate in question is a different question than VO can answer. I think that if you do decide to increase it today, there will be we will look at all strategies to meet that gap. So we've ruled nothing out, but we can't comment on those today because we haven't done the cost modelling for them.
Right. And just so I'm clear, because everything I've read from like the Mural Forum and the South Island destination plan that we've developed or we're developing is that the arena's the fourth highest priority. There's been lots of discussions with mayors, chief executives. Is there any formal resolution recording either an approach or an agreed approach based on OPEX rather than capital?
No.
Right. So what's, like, in terms of progressing that going forward, obviously Wellington have a Greater Wellington Stadium Trust. Is there any ability for us when we do the governance review to look at setting up a trust with our neighbouring councils so that they feel part of the process? I mean, hearing the feedback from the mayors through the media and it seems pretty clear that they want a greater degree of involvement if they're going to be asked to contribute.
So can I just intervene there and just say that neither of the two mayors were on the mayoral forum at the time that Mary came and briefed them on the project. Just saying that, so thank you.
So no, we couldn't do that before Thursday, but we could look at all options, and we have actually, as I said earlier, contacted on the basis of the resolution on the 22nd. We've made an initial approach, a letter to the Territorial Authorities, and we will carry on and follow up that work.
Right, and any conversation with central government about a special legislation that would enable a regional vehicle?
There's some early advice that we got on that, and we can certainly bring that back to council around pros and cons of different models around stadiums and special legislation, so we could bring that back at a later date other than later today. We'd pull it back out, update it, and we could bring it back.
And just in regards to our projection around incentive bidding for New Zealand Rugby, given that it's increased dramatically over the last few years, have we got an increase in expected contribution? I mean, I get it in terms of the seat capacity, that you can look at what the current incentive bids are, but given what we've seen with, the idea that, only a few years ago we weren't having to put significant funding into incentive bids, and we've had to increase it dramatically. Have you calculated a level of increase going forward? And if so, what is that calculation?
No, we haven't done any modelling particular to, offsetting that increased bid incentive fund to the commercial returns. What I would say is the higher quality the venue, the more opportunity you have to generate revenue from ticket sales. So a higher quality experience will increase return custom. will increase the amount you can charge for a seat, potentially, and will increase the amount of revenue you'll generate from the amenities, so things like food and beverage outlets on the concourse, for example.
But how do we mitigate the risk of like Nelson giving, I don't know, $4 million to get a Tier 1 All Blacks test, meaning that we miss out?
You can't really mitigate that. I don't think they would necessarily get the return on that either. But yeah, I mean, you couldn't, that's sort of outside the realms of competition.
And from the letter that you read out, so just to be clear, zero commitment from New Zealand Rugby if we go to an increased capacity of All Blacks games at the new stadium.
Look, New Zealand Rugby are supportive of Christchurch and have indicated that. They're not eager to enter into agreements with any region in the country. They do have an agreement with Eden Park. That's their one agreement that they have. But they are keen to bring content back to Christchurch, and their statement, reading between the lines, indicated their intent to bring content back to the city. So, yeah.
Okay. In the business case that we had done through like sort of as developing this, there was talk of synergy with other projects. You may recall the initial stadium, the community stadium proposal featured a convention centre and a bus interchange alongside it with some possible hotels or residential apartments. Just looking at the original, some of the comments around the original investment case, there was talk around getting synergy with other projects to offset the costs. Given that we've got this cost increase, have you considered any sort of additional facilities that would raise revenue on site, such as housing, such as hotels, such as car parking?
So I'm not sure that that's related to the decision you're making today. But if you want us to explore other options at other stage, we can certainly come back with it, but it's not related to the decision you have to make today.
Right, okay. And just a final question, like, so recognising that I think we were told there's a sweet spot if you go over a certain size from like 25 to 30 versus 25 to 27, so it's 10 million to go to 27 and a half, and then to go up to 30 it's 50 million. What would be the cost going from 30,000 to 35,000?
Oh, we don't have. Yeah. We would have, if that's a requirement, we can look at that.
So it's not, that, as I said in response to Councillor Coker's question, that would not be recommended. It wasn't recommended in the investment case, and we certainly wouldn't recommend pausing this project for another 2 to 3 weeks while we explore something that hasn't been recommended in an investment case.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether, because what I heard from the designers was that the construction, the size of material goes up quite dramatically after you reach a certain point, and that point obviously is over 27,500. So I was trying to understand when the next sort of sweet spot is in terms of having to upgrade the materials.
That sort of falls into the realm of doing a parallel design. We would have to, we've done concept design to understand the parameters and then how those parameters are affected by those incremental changes. To do that is do it in parallel and would take a certain amount of time, and I wouldn't be able to respond at this point.
Okay, thanks.
I've got Sarah and Jake.
Thanks so much. Probably for Christchurch NZ. Another one, sorry. So the analyses that have been done are based on, historical trends, current information, those kind of things. Has any assessment been done at all on the potential impacts of climate change to the viability of this as an arena?
No, it hasn't with respect to our modelling, but largely the visitation that we're anticipating through the kinds of events that we would attract to the multi-use arena at either capacity will be local visitation, so domestic visitation.
Yeah, and there is a rising number of sort of international acts, for example, who are looking to cut their carbon footprint and have said that they won't travel till there's alternate options, those kind of things. Has that been taken into account?
No, because it wasn't required for our modelling, but we will make the point that there is domestic content that does attract large crowds as well as international content.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Jake?
Following on from Yanni's question to a degree, those side-loaded charges you spoke of, could they be used for, say, something like collecting a contribution from ratepayers outside of the Christchurch city boundary? Kind of like Time One, but other way around.
Ticketing?
Yeah. The side-loaded charges you spoke of.
Insider charges.
Like an extra couple bucks if you come from Rolleston or Hangiorta.
I'm not sure it's something we'd consider, but it's certainly something we
It's an
can
option
look
that's
at.
viable.
It's an option that we can look at, yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Any further questions? Sam?
Picking up on Melanie's question before, you should never do things from memory. So the difference between the 10 million and the 50 million, average household would be after the 2 years, $3 for the 10 million option increase in rates. For the average household, it will be 16 for the 50 million. Okay.
Sam?
Yeah, thank you. And Leah, it probably follows on from that. Can you just confirm, though, that the financial modelling you've done doesn't take into account the disposal of land or any other savings? That's purely if there were no other options?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any additional questions? All right, look, yeah, Sarah?
Just actually probably for Leah, is it in the same way that we've done sort of heritage and things, so that we can be really crystal clear over the costs over the long term? When we get to the annual plan, are we able to jig the budget so that we're showing this as a targeted rate, the same way that heritage is, just to be super clear with the costs for people?
Well, that will be a decision of council.
But it's possible to do.
Yeah, something we can look at.
I think that's something we should look at.
Okay, so I'd like to take a 5-minute break. I don't know about the rest of you, but there are pressing needs, and and so if we could just be back here at what is it? 4:15, and we shall move to debate, and we're going to start sharp at 4:15. Thank you. Sam McDonald, I'd like to invite you to move the motion.
I was just going to say, I'm more than happy to move it.
And your seconder is James Goff.
Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded. Now, I do understand that there is at least one foreshadowed motion, so I'll get that on the table.
Yeah, I'd like to foreshadow RT1 at 27,500.
Thank you. And are there any further? Right, I'll hand. Sorry?
I don't have a foreshadowed motion, but I'm still concerned that we don't actually, I guess from a governance point of view, have a resolution that caps the amount of this project.
So we've already had advice on this one. So
I know we've had advice, but it's
I would just like to, unless everyone agrees essentially that we put the new agreed maximum design and contract price into the no, I don't have agreement to do that. So
446.
No. We all know what it is. So anyway, we've had advice on it. It doesn't have to be there. And so I will now hand over to Sam to introduce the motion.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Leanne. Look, I think in the interest of time I won't speak for too long, but simply to say I think, it's been a pretty bad couple of weeks on the whole in terms of this. It's been 2 weeks of, real frustration from the community that we potentially didn't get a decision right. There's been comments around, misinformation or not understanding information or politicising this and that. And I actually think that's all irrelevant now. We should, in a city like ours, be really proud of the fact that we're a sporting capital, and we should put all that nonsense to the side and say today, actually, let's not even say we got it wrong. Let's go back and say this is the right thing to do. James Goff and I, along with a few others, obviously opposed it on the day. And at the same time, we've come back with a notice of motion to, I guess, correct that decision. Can I acknowledge Rob as well for his petition? I haven't met Rob. I don't know Rob, and I guess I just want to make that point that I don't know him because it is in no way being generated by us. This is a community groundswell from the public, and I think we do need to be cognizant of that. I think if you look back at the chronology of events in terms of when this was first brought to our attention. Look, absolutely. I mean, middle of June, obviously Leanne, Andrew and myself were sort of at a high level brief that there was potentially an issue. In good faith, we kept that confidential because you should. We didn't have a figure in terms of what that would look like until well after the LTP was sidelined. Was not sidelined. I'd like to sideline it. Signed off. And I think ultimately that really shows that the council staff have done exactly the right thing the whole way through. And so I do want to go on record because, I think and I'm happy to say I've put the staff through the absolute ringer for 2 weeks. But I do need to express confidence in Mary and her team for the work they've done in this, and I think it would be appropriate to do so in this forum. Look, I think we've got to a good outcome, and ultimately what we called for was to put that document into the public domain to ensure that people could see what we see. There's nothing wrong with that. We removed the commercially sensitive items, and actually I think the city's had a really good conversation about it. I think the really good thing about this, though, and I hope we don't let ego get in the way of this, it wasn't a wrong decision. There's not egg on people's faces. There's a significant amount of new information. And I think through that public debate for 2 weeks, actually we've got to a really good outcome. RT1 at 30,000 is a far better design than what was proposed last year. The concourse is going to add real value to the city and to the arena in terms of those long-term financial benefits. So what we're simply saying is scale that up. Make it 30, do it once and do it right. So I do hope that we take the politics out of this. Certainly from our point of view, this has never been political. This is about the right outcome for our city. And ultimately, I think today we've got to that point. I think probably the best thing, and if we get the will of council to support this, I have 100% confidence that the people of Christchurch will back us entirely to deliver this. The groundswell so far has been unreal, and I think, and to be fair, quite warranted. And so, I'm probably one that quite often says, in fact, the council don't listen. But ultimately, I think, we should signal today that we've heard what people want, and we should get on and build this and do it once and do it right. So I do hope councillors really take on board, the fact that the community want this. We promised it, and we should deliver it. So I do hope councillors support that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Aaron.
Well, thank you, Sam and James for doing the work to get us to this point in the last couple of weeks, and to the staff that have continued on with this, and Mary, for your loss of weekends when you had to watch people you're working with go away skiing and stuff. That's hard work. And to the Australians that are here, thank you for spending your money in our ski fields. Today for me is about democracy. The people of Christchurch have got hold of us and said overwhelmingly that they want a larger stadium. They were promised a larger stadium, so on and so forth. The rhetoric sometimes was stronger than that. As an elected member, I will say to my fellow elected members, if you don't support the 30,000 seat stadium, I'd actually ask you to just not participate in the vote. Just abstain rather than vote against what the people of our city are asking for, the businesses are asking for, the people that have put the money in. As an elected member, I'm more than happy to talk to the government because the playing field has changed. COVID has changed things, and so if there's COVID-related costs, talk to a government that's borrowing $100 million a day to bail the country out of various COVID-related issues, and just tap that for half a day. I'm happy to talk to our neighbours, our fellow councils that haven't contributed yet. I think of things like we can even introduce zone ticketing, where people from outside of Christchurch who haven't contributed are in second in line for tickets when they go on sale, because when the Crusaders play their first game in that new building, it will be sold out, no matter who they play. They could play the Dunsandel 15. Who will put up a fight for a few minutes. The concerts that will come through will sell out, so people will want to go to that venue, and the people that have contributed to it should get first dibs on tickets. So you can have zone ticketing. They do it at places like Disneyland. We could take a lead from the best. I think this is about Christchurch. We should become an entertainment, a destination for attending sports and attending Adele concerts. When we book her for the opening and she does 10 nights in a row, and then we bring out David Copperfield for his first time to Australasia, because he sells the most tickets in the world for anyone that wants to look it up, for these amazing events that can come to our city that we've never had before, that people will come here and not just spend their money at an event, but they'll spend it around a city that's one of the best little cities in the entire world. And if we have the smaller stadium, some of those sites won't be triggered. That empty Hilton building down the road, it's been declared, waiting to be renovated. It needs a green light like this coming to the city to give a shot in the arm to the other investors that haven't finished spending their money yet in what is the greatest little city in the world. So please vote for it or abstain. Thank you.
We've got Anne and James. Jake.
So, Best for Christchurch has always been the lens that I've made my decision through. And on the 22nd of July, the information that we were given, with Gilbert talking about the sweet spot, led me to vote for the decision to have 25,000 fixed seats. The advice was a response from staff and direction from all councillors to stay within a budget. This was a unanimous decision by councillors following an emergency briefing alerting us to a cost blowout for this project. This was followed by several briefings, during which at no time was there any indication that there was going to be an amendment for a 30,000 fixed seat arena. So the majority of councillors voted against this because we did not have the information to support this case at that time. As a result of this last-minute amendment, staff were tasked with providing new information in order for us to reconsider this decision. This is where we are today. Staff worked over weekends and many nights. Now, I'd like to acknowledge the team, the response team under the leadership of Mary, and thank them all for the incredible amount of work they've done to bring us what we have considered here today. So I've been contacted by residents worried about their young children not being able to see the All Blacks because only the lucky few will be able to get seats, and that a 25,000 seat arena will be filled. I've also been contacted by residents who are very involved in organising e-games and talk about the exponential growth that is happening in this area. I've also been contacted by residents who are happy to pay more rates to have a larger arena. I guess there's a first for everything. I'm also very aware of the projected growth in our city and our region. We must be a future-focused council, as many have said today. So what's best for Christchurch? Considering all the information provided, I will be voting for a high-spec multi-use arena with 30,000 fixed seats here that will provide those who attend sports games and other events the best experience in New Zealand. I will be supporting the notice of motion before us today, but actually not number 9.9. The way that this debate has played out has led us down a pathway towards division. Let's change the narrative and forge our way to a united position with the building of this magnificent arena that will be the envy of New Zealand. There is a whakatoki, a Maori proverb, "Ma pango, ma whero ka oti." It means, by red and black, together, it is done. We are proudly red and black. Here in Christchurch and Canterbury, we are famous for standing together to overcome difficult times and to achieve great things.
Kia ora, thank you.
So let's get together and get this done.
Thank you very much. James.
Thank you. Just from a process perspective, I should probably clarify to the second of notice of motion, which by all intents and purposes is essentially a fail-safe, that if you wanted to vote against the first one, that we'd just implore you to at least have an apples with apples comparison of preliminary designs. Now, quite honestly, though, my preference is to put that money directly into the RT at 30 option. But that being said, cost is actually quite a funny thing, really, because it only is given meaning when you overlay it with value. And I think the value proposition was there when we originally considered this matter a couple of weeks ago. But now with the new information that we have, I don't think that it's just compelling information. I think it's irrefutable. The cost estimates that have been revised and significantly reduced, and the detailed economic analysis of the positive impact that additional 5,000 seat capacity arena will mean for the local economy. And that's the reason why we're doing this. The additional 5,000 seats is a significant number. It's the total capacity of Te Pai, the convention centre. It's actually also the same figure of the total number of people who come annually to Christchurch as a result of the Antarctic program. Another quite a sad statistic that we've got, and it's been alluded to today, is that the busiest days that our international airport has ever had in its history in terms of passenger numbers is when there have been events on in the stadiums of Auckland, Dunedin and Wellington. So those record numbers are Christchurch residents being exported to other regions as a result of our inadequate facilities. I do think it is worth noting, though, too, that a 30,000 seat stadium or multi-use arena is not a mega-sized venue. So we're not talking about, a high volume, low yield or trade-offs like that. This is still a boutique multi-purpose arena that will provide an unparalleled user experience. But 30,000 is not a large number. But I do think it is time to stand up and be taken seriously again. To miss out no longer. We owe it to our residents. We owe it to the people who have put their money where their mouth is and invested in the city. We're not going to get another chance to do this. Don't cut elements that generate revenue and significantly elevate our competitive advantage and the ability to attract greater content. So the deafening call from the community needs to be heard by the council. Please back our city. Please back our future. Be on the right side of history here and make the right decision to build a 30,000 seat capacity multi-use arena today. Thank you.
Jake.
Hey, I'm happy to support a 30,000 seat stadium today as one of the changed votes. There's a couple of reasons for it, but there's only one that's been really key to my decision. Public support, the economic benefit, and the reduced costs have all weighed in terms of my changed vote. But the thing for me that's really brought me across the line is understanding that actually when you take all those things in combination, the rates impact is actually a lot more modest than what we first thought. We're looking at $16 a year, but at worst case, I think that's really important to stress, at worst case. So I want to reassure the residents that have contacted me saying, don't listen, stay staunch, we don't want our rates to go up at all. that that this is at worst case a $16 a year increase, but I'm actually entirely confident that the options that we're looking at in terms of Orange Theory, the options that we're looking at in terms of a very persuasive mayor talking to Waimak and Selwyn, and to net some extra contributions, be that capital or OPEX, will actually result in a much lower bill for the ratepayer of Christchurch. I think this is a rare example where we can actually have our cake and eat it too.
Thank you. Phil.
Yep. Okay, doke. This arena is probably the most important building post-earthquake that the city has or even will ever embark on. It is an arena which will serve all of the South Island from Oamaru up. The new report by Christchurch NZ clearly showed the economic benefits to the city of comparing 25 to 30,000 seats. In a way, sometimes I think it's a pity we didn't see it a wee bit earlier. But as I've previously said, I take my hat off to all the businesses in the city who have taken the financial risk and have put their necks on the line to build their business after the earthquakes. Some in particular have made their decision to commit to the city based on a stadium of 30,000 seats. This government and the previous one realised the importance of this project and gave us both land and money to get this project off the ground, and I thank them for that. The total cost to council at this stage will be the original 253 mil plus maybe the 50 mil that we're talking about for the extra seats. This brings our number to 303 mil for our portion, for an arena which could well be worth over 600 mil when it's complete. This asset will be, by a long shot, the best arena in the country, and will be in our city, Christchurch. As we have heard, the flow-on effects will be enormous, i.e. hotels, bars, accommodation, taxis, restaurants, airports, to name a few. When the extra cost came in at 131, I was like everyone, went, whoa, this is not good. But this was value managed down to 88. This figure then went down to 67. This is when some fellow councillors and myself called for this notice of motion, and here we are today at 50 mil. Now, some say that this has been a political stunt. I can assure you, all here today, it is certainly not. The notice of motion was done because it was common sense, and for the city of Christchurch and the South Island. Please do not lose sight of the value of the old stadium in Addington. There is 5 hectares of surplus land there, worth, and there's a number there, I'm not allowed to say it, which can be used to offset the 50 mil. But the real benefit for that land, it could be used for housing, which is desperately needed in that area. Whether the council sells it outright or partners with a group of builders to get a better return, anything is possible. Even if it was a standard subdivision, there is 100 sections there, and which for a start gives us $3 million in development contributions anyway. I believe this is certainly a decision worth taking, and we only have one shot at this, so do it once, do it right. Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you. Today I'll be supporting the 30,000. I think a high quality venue with 30,000 people is the right thing to do. If you think way back, the Beatles played their first gig in America at Yankee Stadium, and they had their sound going through their tannoy system, and that was acceptable then. It is not now. I can go and a few $100s, I can get Amazon Prime, Netflix, Disney Prime, Sky Sport, then go home and watch it on my 75-inch TV, 4K Ultra HD Smart TV for less than $2,000. So the live experience is absolutely essential. When a lot of the other stadia and arenas in New Zealand were finished, esports wasn't even thought about. Esports can fill a stadium, but the real key there and the real value for Christchurch will be the 20 million people globally watching the esports games. That is worth a fortune to us as a promotional video for Christchurch. But they will only go to high quality venues. We are absolutely on the cusp, which we can really, really do with. And I really support this 30,000, and I hope you will too.
Andrew and Pauline.
Thank you. We were asked to make our original decision in the absence of the latest facts. And with no notice before the meeting 3 weeks ago that there would be a suggestion of an over-budget option, understandably, the work that was been done was concentrated on budget model. Now, there is new information in front of us today, a new additional budget increase that's almost 50% less than the 88 million that we were faced with 3 weeks ago. And more importantly, or just as importantly, new economic impact projections and some commentary from within the industry. Uncertainty and controversy will impact on the cost, on public confidence, and on the ability to raise any external funding. And in fact, I think it's fair to say they already are. In the past 3 weeks, we've seen controversy and some of that impact and some of the associated cost actually start to play out. I want that to stop, and I want that to stop today. Community uprising and community passion are both amazing things, and maybe something we don't see enough of in this city. And I, for one, have been listening to all of the opinions that have been expressed to me over the past 3 weeks, and there have been a variety of them. But I don't want to do anything that unnecessarily increases costs. I want the capital budget for this project to be spent on the build. I don't want to do anything that causes delay, because we've waited way too long for this facility already. 50 million is a huge investment in anyone's language. The financial impact of the additional over 29 years is a far lesser rates impact than we originally expected, and we remain well within ratios. But the default position is that this will impact on rates, and it still surprises me that those that have previously advocated a zero rates increase were 3 weeks ago advocating that we put the 88 million on budget. Is less than that now. That makes it a different proposition. But the last comment I'll make is a comment about what leadership looks like. It's the ability to be brave enough when presented with a new set of facts or a new set of unacceptable risks to make a new decision and, in fact, to encourage others to do so. It's to put what's best for the city first, to have the guts to climb down from a previous position that was taken based on different information, and to have the confidence to make a different decision. A decision that creates certainty, that shows leadership by moving to a position that's capable of being agreed, not only around this table by councillors, but by council together with the community, so that we're able to capture the economic and the social benefit and the huge opportunity that sits right in front of us today. So it's for those reasons, and because of the new and significantly different information, that I'll today be supporting a Canterbury multi-use arena with 30,000 seats.
Thank you. Pauline.
Well said, Andrew. Yeah, look, this is the last of the anchor projects. And isn't it great to see how it's energising our city already? So imagine what it's going to be like when it's actually physically there in all its state-of-the-art glory. Look, it's already been said how the information we had a couple of weeks ago was based on a budget, and the options were accordingly tailored to fit in within that envelope. So today's notice of motion, in my view, is effectively asking us to increase that budget by 50 million to achieve the 30,000 seats together with the concourse, the closed roof, the in situ turf and all the other components necessary to create the world-class facility that we're expecting. Look, I'd normally prefer to go out to consultation for that amount, but we've been given advice that it doesn't trigger the significance policy. And because it's super important to me that we get on with this, and I think I'm speaking for everyone around the table here, no further delay, especially at a cost of $1.2 million a month, but more so now to keep up the momentum and the energy and the buzz that we're getting about the stadium. So for me, delay is not an option. I want to get on with building this multi-use arena. It will be the best, possibly in the world. I must say, though, I am wary of the costs involved and the potential escalation, but I realise that things will come back to us in stages for confirmation and approval. And in that area, the 25,000 seat option was a safer bet in my regard. However, as I said, we are going to get a state-of-the-art multi-use arena. So supporting this notice of motion will actually achieve that. And that is what I will do for the regeneration of Christchurch City today. We're still in the early days of preliminary design. We've got a long way to go. We can't afford any more delay. Look, thanks everyone who's come in today to engage with us. and for getting in behind this project. And also, Rob, thank you, wherever you are, for putting that energy into gaining the 24,000 signatures in such a short time frame. That was a massive achievement. It's awesome to see Christchurch displaying this amount of passion, so I will support the notice of motion today, but I will ask the Mayor to put number 9 separately as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Kia ora koutou. The 6th IPCC report released on Monday made it clear that our world and our city is going to be a very different place with very different concerns in just a couple of decades. Drought, floods and coastal inundation are on their way, and we need the resilience and the capacity to deal with them, not to mention the Alpine Fault. There has been no assessment of the impacts on climate change on this project, and by adding barely used seats to the arena is definitely not future-proofing the city for the challenges that we are facing. Good on those who got the petition and survey together and put the pressure on. It's clearly worked, but there is an opportunity cost, which I'm unable to support. For $50 million, wherever it comes from, we will get 5,000 plastic seats, but we could have 5 million trees planted across the city and peninsula, free buses for under 25s and vulnerable groups, or stop banks in coastal or river areas affected by flooding. We could even bring back the free Central City shuttle instead. But the reality is ratepayers' pockets are not bottomless and we can't spend the same money twice. For $50 million, we could build warm, dry homes for 100 struggling families. When the Living Earth composting plant needs future-proofing with further upgrades or even moving site, we'll be told there's no money. When Akaroa needs future-proofed water supply to avoid the impacts of climate-driven drought, sorry. It also beggars belief that councillors are asking for central government funding for rugby seats and not for parts of our hospital that clinicians call clinically unacceptable. Where's the petition for additional hospital beds or decent renovations to stop residents being treated in third world wards? Spend the money on things that really matter for all our residents. And when will the next report be, asking for additional millions as costs blow out? What opportunities will we lose then? My prediction all up, it'll be over $700 million. Thank you to all of those who've been in contact with me, encouraging me to stay true to my values and to look to our climate resilience as a city. I am, and I have no doubt that that will make the next few days interesting. I want to finish the rebuild of our city with a brand spanking new arena for gigs, but we have heard clearly that 25,000 was and is an international quality arena that will bring huge benefit to the city. I'd have compromised with 27,500, downsizing infrequently used seats for extra capacity, but $50 million for maybe 4 events a year is simply not justified when there's so much more at stake for the future of our city.
Melanie. So, following from Anne's debate, I'm firmly red and black. Since the last meeting on the 22nd of July, we've heard from an array of voices. I've heard from and understood from those who are still not keen for Christchurch to have an arena or would prefer to see it at Lancaster Park. There are still people that think that. I've also heard, I'm just stating all the voices that I've heard over the last few days. A huge number of people, including those who've signed the petition, have made it clear that they would like to see a 30,000 seat arena to increase the likelihood of Tier 1 All Black Games and international concerts coming to our city. These people don't want council to be short-sighted and include people like my father who lives in Selwyn, who's been texting me this morning to read the letters to the editor to inform my view today. But today, not surprisingly, I also want to be a voice for the even greater number of people who've actually spoken to me or contacted me online, but especially in person, expressing concerns over over the initial budget. So even this morning, about 8 o'clock this morning, I received an email with the following, which sums up the sentiment of most of them. Just a quick email to say our whānau in Spraydon supports Council's earlier decision to build the stadium at 25,000 seats. Let's spend our money wisely on aspects that will make the greatest impact on our communities and their well-being. And from a young person I heard from, he said, I'd love to see Christchurch with an impressive stadium, but I can't see the cost for the extra seats being worth it. I'd much rather we prioritise more important issues in a stadium. And then from another resident, there are so many other things that could be done with 50 million, especially given the ecological crisis we face. Others have been concerned about the unexpected future cost. Steel alone has gone up by 20%, she said, on 6 months. What does that look like over the time of the build? I have to say, I initially expected that our residents would be pleased that the council would be fiscally responsible, and I quote, live within our means and lead by example. However, on balance, it seems that the voices we've heard here today especially are not concerned about the financial implications, they're concerned about the future of the city and what this will mean. So I am concerned myself that we may be writing a blank cheque to increase the seat number to 30,000, but who am I to deny them? And like I said last time, bring on Michael Bublé.
Jimmy.
Before today, I received some of the residents asked me to vote for the 25K. Some of the people asked me to vote for the 30K. So no matter, I voted for the 25K or 30K. So part of people were, very happy, but part of people will be disappointed. However, the principle of decision making is based on the information we receive. So the councillors, mayor, we received information on 22nd July. Actually, in that time, there is the actual or additional the cost for $88 million. So up to the last Friday, we are aware of this review. Then is actual for the $15 million, and also we received today, the 8 different group, and also received those 24,100 signature. Is a diverse one, all support 30K seats. So it looks like the majority of the city, the community, this group, and the people probably in favor more is 30K rather than the 25K. And also I agree, the deputations today particularly mentioned we built this facility because this is the last kind of anchor project of the earthquake recovery, because one of the senior councillors, I passed through all the process of the earthquake, the stages, from all the recovery, from all the set up the welfare center for the repair and the recovery. Today is the regeneration. So this project is I think it's all of our people in Christchurch, even in the Canterbury region, to focus on this one. It's very seriously. And also today we make this station. It's not a decision. It's not for today. For this generation, for next generation, next generation. I asked Councillor James Go. I asked him that when the Lancaster, the kind of stadium was built. He told me that it's built by the 1881, so more than 100. 1881?
1626.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
1881.
Yeah. So we build it's not for today. This stadium. We build is for the future stadium. So future we can see that even the now have a greater Christchurch. Join the committee on Mass Forum. We focus on after the 2051. So this city probably and this region probably increase up to the 700K.
Thank you.
700K.
Thank you.
Okay, so I support today. I support the 30K.
Thank you. Catherine.
Oh, well, thank you. I won't take too long because I think all the fantastic points about supporting this notice of motion have already been raised, and I realise the time I'm sure everyone would be wanting to go for a beer right now, and hopefully a celebratory one. Look, we really get the opportunity to be able to revisit a decision that's already been made. It's a really unique opportunity to be able to revisit all the new information, a really unique opportunity for us to make the right decision the first time, get it done once, get done right. So I really urge our fellow councillors not to abstain on the notice of motion, not to vote against the notice of motion, but actually to vote for it and vote for the future of Christchurch. Thank you.
Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. I certainly appreciate the comments and the views that we've received. I think one of the things that has been illustrated is that, sadly, when this project was put in the blueprint, there has been no public conversation about the size, the cost and the location, and that has been a fundamental mistake. We can't change that. I appreciate that there are cost pressures around delay, but it seems to me, thinking about what people have told us over the last 2 weeks, that people feel an emotional connection to the size of the stadium. And what's become apparent to me is that we do need to take a longer term view than just the here and now. And to me, that view needs to be that we need a stadium the size of 35,000, not 30k. Because once we put the roof on it, then it'll be very hard to extend it even further. I think that's been very clear from the designers. The reality is that COVID has completely changed our world, and it has caused cost pressures to accelerate in terms of the construction of the stadium. But I think what's tragic about this is that Lancaster Park is actually the optimal space for it to be. Lancaster Park is as close as Forsyth Bar is to the CBD, and the benefits that so many people have talked about today would equally be shared if the stadium was built back at Lancaster Park. Not only would we get a win-win, we would actually get a community that values having a stadium within it. We would have less complaints about noise, traffic, and it would not limit the events in the way that I fear that the central city location will. I think the other benefit that we would have as a council that wants to get people living in the central city and in the inner city is that we could use the value of the land that has been acquired to develop housing on the designated site to get greater vibrancy and custom for the central city businesses. So it's a win-win. And of course the money that is earned from that could be put back into offsetting the cost of the stadium. So in my view, what we should be doing, and I was told that all options were on the table, is we should be building a 35,000 covered arena at Lancaster Park. This keeps costs to, it saves the money that we've spent. We've still got $30 million being planned to spend around traffic with the new site. It also, I think, works really well. For those of us that were here before the earthquake, we saw that Lancaster Park hosted a Bledisloe Cup game and people walked from the central city along High Street and Ferry Road. It was really successful, it worked really well, and it delivered great benefits for the hospitality industry within the central city. So that's my view, but I have to say, as someone who didn't vote for the 25,000, I will support revoking the resolution that we have in front of us today. I don't agree that was the right decision.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to before I hand back? Oh, Mike.
Thank you. Just quickly, look, I don't disagree with Yanni. Actually, my preference would have been to rebuild on Lancaster Park, but I think the decision, many years ago, sort of makes that redundant now. I will be supporting the notice of motion, but with a cautionary note. It does concern me the refusal to actually add what our new funding limit would be to our resolutions to make it very clear. I just feel that the way this is going to head, we'll be back here in May with a significant increase of the 50 million we talk about today, and we'll be looking at a stadium well north of 600 million, which is going to be a shame, because there are missed opportunities when we sink a lot of money into a stadium, and we have been told very clearly, whether it's 25,000 or 30,000, it will be a world-class arena that will attract Tier 1 All Black games, because we have to pay for the All Black games no matter the size of the stadium. It will attract world-class concerts. So it is a shame for that we had to come to this, but look, we have had a lot of feedback from the public, and actually I've received a lot of emails to not actually revoke council's decision. So although that's been very the support to do this notice of motion has been quite vocal and loud. There has been a lot of actual support behind the scenes to actually the original council decision back on the 22nd of July. And it was interesting at the time, and like rightfully so, councillors can bring amendments to the floor. But yeah, I guess on hindsight, it would have been good to have a little bit more time to get that information in front of us. But from the information that I received on the day, it was clear to me that we were actually making the right decision. You know, to be told, even knowing that there was discussion around a 30,000 seated arena, that actually the 25,000 was the sweet spot, was kind of sealed where I was heading. And then to listen today to very compelling reasons why actually a 30,000 seated arena is the right way to go is kind of disappointing for us in a governance position making massive decisions for the future of our city. Look, I think no matter what decision we would have ended up with actually a world-class arena. I'm concerned about some of the missed opportunities that we're going to get. I'm concerned about where this contract price, this build price is going to land, and actually what that does do. We do know our debt headroom is pretty close to the limit, and how's that going to impact? So I'll support this today, but I am very concerned where this is heading.
Thank you. So I think before I hand back to Sam, I think I'm the last one on the blocks. The blueprint was designed to give confidence to investors and developers that the city had a future after the earthquakes. I'm on the record as saying that the true heroes of our central city rebuild are the investors and the developers. The government and the council were going to lead the way, but they didn't wait. It is unfortunate that the 2012 blueprint raised an expectation that we could build a 35,000 seat covered stadium with no money on the council's budget to help pay for it. And it didn't help that the details of the cost sharing agreement were kept secret until well after the 2013 council election. We inherited a $400 million hole in our budget, and we negotiated a global insurance settlement well below the assumptions we inherited as well. It's actually really hard to negotiate a settlement when the government's already told the reinsurers that we are building a brand new stadium somewhere else. But as a city, we really could not pay our share of the cost-sharing bill without divesting ourselves of revenue-generating assets. That's what Treasury wanted the previous council to do. And the council at that time ruled that out and told us we could have it all. Unfortunately, that has meant that we've had to revisit things, and we have debt-funded obligations that have arisen from that time. And that's why there was a delay in the budgeting of the financing for this project. The focus on the budget, though, as we've heard, has dogged the process from start to finish, and we now need to make a decision to increase the budget, and that's what we're doing today. I don't actually want to support the request to central government for more money. They have been extraordinarily generous, and I think that we should end this now. And, you know, I was disappointed to hear the Minister of Finance having to justify what has been an extraordinary contribution from central government. We advised our neighbours in the region in 2016 that we would be back to discuss a regional rate for OPEX, not for capital. It's OPEX that hits our rates, and that's where I want them to make the biggest contribution, but I will do what I am told by the council. I'll accept the offer from councillors on working together collaboratively on external funding without any politics, and while meeting our wider commitment to risk and resilience, including climate resilience. I think building for the future means accepting the intergenerational responsibility that comes with that, and we need to hold true to those values when we make this decision as well. Sam.
Yeah, thanks. I've really enjoyed the debate. I think it's been really mature and professional, and has verified that you've proved me completely wrong. The council does in fact listen to the people of Christchurch, so I'm really pleased with the level of that debate. I think in the interests of getting this thing built, I won't speak any longer. We should just put it to a vote.
Thank you.
Right, well, I'm going to put some of these separately, so I'm going to block them, group them all. Yanni, you wanted to have the revocation resolution put separately?
Because it requires a different quantum of votes as well.
Sorry?
Doesn't it require a different quantum of votes?
No.
Well, separately if you can, yeah.
I mean, the wording is that the council revokes its 22 July resolution and replaces it with the following. But I'm happy to put that the council revokes its 22 July 2021 resolution and leave it at that. So are you happy for that one? So I'll put that the council revokes its 22 July 2021 resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. And yes, so that's Sarah. So and now we move down the page.
Is that just Sarah or Yanni as well? Just Sarah. I didn't hear Yanni. Yanni didn't vote no on that, did he?
No, he wants to support it, but he's going to vote no on other things. All right, can we scroll, please? Can we keep going? Right, stop there. So I'm going to put number 6, request staff to work with central government for additional funding because of COVID-19 inflationary pressures. So I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Oh,
Put
dear.
your hands up for no's on 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mike, Jimmy, Melanie,
1, 2,
Sarah.
3, 4, 5, 6 against.
Right. Thank you. That's carried. I mean, that's carried. And the next one is, I won't put number 8 separately. Request staff to review the council's capital program and identify savings from existing budgets to inform the draft 2022-23 annual plan. I put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's pretty even to me, so we'll take a division.
So for resolution 9, and can you put your microphones on when you do your call?
We're talking at 9.
Councillor Templeton?
No.
Councillor McLennan?
No.
Councillor MacDonald?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Councillor Galloway?
No.
Councillor Coker?
No.
Councillor Chen?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
Yes.
Councillor Major?
Yep.
Councillor Keown?
Yes.
Councillor Goff?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
No.
Councillor Cotter?
No.
Councillor Chu?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yes, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for no.
Thank you. That's lost. I will put the whole motion.
Sorry, can I just ask that you put one separate as well?
Sorry?
I just ask that you put one separate.
I did. Which one?
It's the resolution one. The one A.
Oh, resolution 1. Okay. I'll put resolution 1. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Yanni Johansson, Sarah Templeton. And I'll now put the total motion as amended. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Sarah Templeton. That's carried. So thank you very much for everyone. I just want to agree with what Sam said, and that is that I think that the quality of the discussion and the debate was extremely good, and I want to thank everyone who has contributed such a vast amount of work to turn around what is a significant decision in a relatively short period of time. So I just wanted to acknowledge you all, and again to acknowledge the members of the public who've come in to support our council decision making today. Thank you very much. Now going to, because of the time that we are at, adjourn the meeting now to Tuesday the 17th of August at 9:30 a.m. So the meeting now stands adjourned. Thank you.